At this time, I'd like to call the meeting of the Dysart Governing Board to order. Am I good? At this time, I'd like to call the meeting of the Dysart Governing Board to order. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. And we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. First up, we have recognitions and celebrations. Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of Cabinet. This evening, we have lots of extraordinary people to recognize. And first of all, I just want to thank every individual here, whether you're a parent, a student, an employee, who has gone far, far above and beyond to provide this extraordinary experience to students and to our community. First off, we will be recognizing the Dysart Student Leadership Council. Just over the last few months, the Dysart Student Leadership Council, who represents students from all five high schools, organized a COVID relief campaign in which they did a food drive. And you hear a lot of food drives that happen around holidays, but to do one off schedule is sometimes even more appreciated and necessary just because of the low stock on the shelves after the holidays. And our students did such an extraordinary job that we would like to recognize them. So Luis Payan and Peyton Tukelve and Aubrey Sims from the Dysart Student Leadership, if you could please come up forward, I'd like to give you an extraordinary pin.
As we continue this evening with recognitions, we'd like to move to high school athletic recognitions from the winter season. And as you can see from the number of athletes and coaches that are in the room and in the lobby, it was a very successful winter athletic season. So we're very excited about doing that. And I also have to just say on a personal note, how great it is to see kids in the boardroom again. What a wonderful thing that is. So it's good to see all of you. So this evening, because we have so many recognitions, we're going to do this by school rather than by sport. So this evening, we're going to start with Dysart High School and Dysart High School wrestling section champion at the 220-pound division, Mauricio Valles. Would you please come forward? And Mauricio's coach, Benton Bloom, is here this evening as well. Would you come forward for recognition quickly and to take a picture with Mauricio as well? I saw you, Mr. Bloom. Where are you? Mr. Bloom, come on down. All right, we're trying to get him. Come on down, Mr. Bloom. We want to give you a recognition as well. Come on down. Keep the applause going until he gets up here. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Bloom, and thank you for an outstanding job with the Dysart High School wrestling program, and congratulations, Mauricio. Next, Shadow Ridge High School, and we'll start with Shadow Ridge High School. Their girls' soccer team were the region champions, and that's Coach John Gray. Coach, would you come up, and any girls that may happen to be here as well? Congratulations on an outstanding season, Coach. As well, the boys soccer coach, Andrew Ingwall, was the Region Coach of the Year. Coach, come on down and be recognized also. And I should tell you that after you come forward and receive an extraordinary pin, we'd like you to head over to the Dysart banner for photos. So let's move to Shadow Ridge High School Wrestling with Coach Theron Fraser. First place in the wrestling sectionals and third place at state, Enzie Hills. Would you come forward with your coach? And first place at the sectional meet and fourth place at state is Brian Horgan. Brian, come forward as well. Congratulations to the Shadow Ridge athletes and great performance this winter. Next, Willow Canyon High School, and we're going to start with state champions in the Division I and II partner state champion. Would you come forward, the cheer team state champs? And I'm sorry I don't know your name, but come on down, we'll find out what it is. I know you're here, and I know you brought the hardware. Bring the trophy. Name? We have Hugo, Rosie, and John. Congratulations, state champions. Also, we have the Division I and Division II co-ed cheer state runners-up. Would you come on down, please? As well as Coach Felicia Yeager. Felicia, I saw you slip in. Come on down also, please. Give her a round of applause. And by the way, this evening, our athletes are receiving Dysart Extraordinary pins for their extraordinary accomplishments. Wear them with pride because we're certainly proud to give them to you and proud of your accomplishments. Dr. Kellis, the last person's the coach. I know you can't tell because she looks like a high school kid. But nice problem to have. Obviously, I don't have that problem. Continuing with Willow Canyon High School and their wrestling team with Coach Shane Tamez, we will start with the wrestling sectional winner in the 145-pound weight class, Jaden Berner. Come on down, Jaden. First place in the wrestling sectional tournament at 182 pounds, Sean Hardy. Come on down, Sean. And first place sectional winner, and they didn't put the weight class on here because I think we don't want to mess with this kid. Bryson Pluger, come on down, Bryson. I've seen Bryson wrestle. He doesn't wrestle long. He pins kids within about 30 seconds every time he wrestles. So congratulations, Willow Canyon High School wrestlers. Great job this season. Continuing on with Willow Canyon, it was a great season for Willow Canyon this winter. We'd like to welcome now their girls basketball team and coach Brandon Schultz. The Willow Canyon girls basketball team was the region champs. Come on down. We'd also like to mention that Coach Schultz was the Region Coach of the Year. So outstanding job, and outstanding job, ladies. A great job and congratulations, Willow Canyon High School girls basketball region champs. And continuing on and concluding with Willow Canyon High School this year, the Willow Canyon High School boys basketball program, head coach Joseph Coletti, who is also the region coach of the year, and the boys basketball team region champions. Come on down, guys. By the way, with both the boys and girls basketball teams at Willow Canyon, we're not sure if it's their first region championship, but it's been a long time since they've won one. So great job. Congratulations, boys basketball region champions. And this evening we will conclude our athletic recognitions with Valley Vista High School, and we're going to start with their wrestling athletes with head coach Jacob Reyes. We're going to start with first place sectional winner and third place at state, Eddie Reyes. Would you come on down? As well as state runner-up in the girls' state wrestling tournament, Brianna Reyes. Brianna, would you come forward, please? Congratulations, Valley Vista wrestlers. And our last athletic recognition of the evening is the Valley Vista High School girls basketball team. Valley Vista High School's girls basketball team this year was the region champions. They tout the Southwest Coach of the Year. They have the Arizona Girls Basketball Player of the Year. They have the Arizona 6A Conference Player of the Year and the Arizona 6A Conference Defensive Player of the Year. Oh, and by the way, they've won 4 out of the last 5 state championships. Coach Rachel Matakis and Valley Vista High School girls basketball, come on down. Marissa, hold tight.
Yeah.
You want me in it?
You know, they all look so nice, but they'll rip your face off on the basketball court.
Right.
And smile when they do it. So just very, very quickly, because Valley Vista has done a tremendous job of building just the best girls basketball program in the state of Arizona, hands down. All of you seniors that are going to be playing college basketball, raise your hand. If you're a senior and you're going to be playing college basketball, raise them up high so we can see them. So you can see that not only do they do a great job here, but they also do a great job of continuing their playing in future years. But more importantly, I want you to see this picture. If you are the #1 or #2 academic ranked student in the senior class, raise your hand. The Valley Vista girls basketball team hosts the #1 and #2 ranked academic student in the class. And I believe, Michaela, are you the #2 ranked student in the junior class? We'll take that as a yes. And so I will tell you that not only is basketball important, but academics is equally important to Coach Matekas, her coaching staff, and this group of kids. Great job. And before they go, I mentioned it, but it's worth recognition because it doesn't happen very often. Marissa, step forward. Marissa Davis is the Arizona Girls Basketball Player of the Year. Congratulations. Thank you, Valley Vista. Oh, and by the way, they're loaded again for next year as well. So we'll look forward to seeing you again. Off to get your picture taken. Thank you, ladies. And Madam President, that concludes our recognitions for the evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dean. That is just incredible. All right. So, moving on to item C1, audience with individuals. Do we have any?
We do not.
Okay. Thank you. Next, moving to item D1, student update. Dr. Kellis?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet. This evening, we're going to continue to enjoy the extraordinary work of our Dysart student leadership team with some student presentations. I also want to just take a quick minute to mention that next week is the National Student Leadership Week. And so it's just timely that some of our most extraordinary student leaders are right here in front of the board and are representing really over 24,000 students throughout the district. So these three individuals demonstrate awesome leadership, and they're here to present. Go ahead.
Hello. Oh. No? Hello? Okay. Hello, board members, community, Dr. Kellis, cabinet. My name is Luis.
I'm Aubrey. And I'm Peyton.
And we are all students at Valley Vista High School. Yesterday, we had our Student Leadership Council meeting to discuss how we can improve school culture and the student experience here at Dysart.
We brainstormed many ideas, including how we should use our leadership to spark lollipop moments to invite other students to become a part of the culture at their school.
We also just want to take the time to thank everybody that was involved in helping with our COVID relief drive. We raised enough donations for 4,800 families and 20,000 people.
And that's all we have to report.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? I guess we can't ask questions, but just give them a high five for all the good work that they're doing.
Thank you. And next we have the superintendent update, Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet. There's a lot going on in the schools as we are wrapping up the school year. It seems like it's a phrase that we would never say, but we are excited about what is yet to come. In fact, the best is still yet to come, and of course, it forever will be. Our students are taking Arizona State tests right now. Our high school students have taken the ACT, which is the new state test. So a lot of happening with assessments, and then also with each of the school activities as they are wrapping up the school year. I just want to echo what Mr. Dean said earlier about the celebration of being able to have these events in person. And last year, we had a generation of students who left Dysart with missing some of those traditions. And this year, we're so excited to be able to continue and restore those. They're going to look a little bit different, but to be able to have those traditional experiences is a celebration. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kellis. Now we have the governing board update. Go ahead.
Let's see. I attended the ASB, well, we're going to do it this way. I attended the second half of the new member orientation put on by ASBA. I volunteered at the second COVID vaccination event, and I did not do the hula hoops with the Be Kind group. I visited Surprise and Sonoran Heights. I've attended 2 CIP presentations, and I also attended the Parent Advisory Council. So when we only have one meeting, it seems like my list got pretty long. So.
Just one, I know this is a little bit behind, but I wanted to at least still thank the staff and administration over at Countryside Elementary for allowing me to come and read to their students, and especially thank Miss Fish and Miss Judd's kindergarten class for allowing me to spend my morning with them. I just truly love Read Across America, and I was just so happy to be a part of that. Also attended Mr. Monsoon at Valley Vista High School. And it's such a wonderful event to have our students be able to raise money for charity, show their talent, and it was a fun event. And congratulations to Matthew Lundberg, who won Mr. Popularity, and Mr. Monsoon for 2021. So that was a fun night. Attended March 20th the Valley Vista girls basketball versus Hamilton, where, as we just celebrated, Valley Vista, as usual, took state, like, again. It's just amazing to see that team under the direction of Coach Matakis, and I always say, like, it's just a matter of time before she's snatched up by some college. I don't know why somebody hasn't done that already, but I'm thankful. It's a blessing we still have her. But congratulations to just such a phenomenal coach and team. And then just last week, I believe it was, participated in the heat wave. Thanks to Dr. Asai, I was nominated so kindly to be a part of that. But what a fun time. I was a little bit nervous, especially when they had to bring out the waivers and have me sign my life away that I'm not holding anyone responsible if I needed to go to the ER for some reason because of the ghost peppers. I did survive it, but I'll tell you, the whole premise of it is so creative and fun to get district staff involved and get to know our Valley Vista staff. And the whole thing is run by FCCLA, our culinary team, Mr. Dawson, Ms. Luff, Ms. Morse, DSB Live, Channel 55. It was I was just so impressed by their professionalism, how organized they all were, how fun it was. The students were amazing, and it was just wonderful. And then to get to nominate at the end and see who the next people are going to be in the hot seat. So it was just very fun, and I was very thankful to be a part of it. So thank you all to them as well. And that's all I have.
Yes, just like Ms. Grant said, there's since our last board meeting, we were able to, our list seems kind of long, but lots of opportunities to visit schools and stuff since then. March 23rd, helped Kristen Cox of Kingswood help deliver the National Board Certified Teachers balloons to the newest folks that are National Board Certified. I love doing this each year. It's just an awesome experience to give them their NBCT balloon. March 26th, attended Xanadu Junior, and I heard Miss Densmore in the back of us, and I heard her singing as well as me singing. That was lots of songs that were back from our era, but it was a great night of listening to the kids sing and act from over at Sunset Hill. So thank you very much, Mr. Basgard and Carrie Blunier, and the crew for a fabulous performance. And whenever, I know it's with me, but whenever I sit through any of the plays or the musical performances and everything, I check for three things. To see if the students are having fun with their part or parts they're singing. And you can see it, of course, when they're trying to scope out and look for their parents out in the audience. That's one feeling I look for. The other one is the parents. When they bring flowers or when they bring something to commemorate or praise their kids with for the performance that they've been on stage. And then also look at the teachers and the staff that have helped all of the kids get to the point of performing on stage. And those three things, you can't bottle it. It's such a feeling that you get, and to see those three different groups having the time of their lives as they are performing on stage. And so it's just an awesome experience. March 29th, classified and then the certified staff advisory councils. March 31st, attended the Sunset Hills Bobcats Roaring Celebration, and it's where the students for each grade, they're called down to the office. They are awarded for their great behavior It's with the PBIS state school-wide behavior system. And so even though the kids had their masks on and everything, you could still see when their names were called. The smiles were even big underneath the mask, so that was awesome. Attended the Laughter is the Best Medicine, the play over at Dysart High School on April 9th. They still have a couple of shows this week. They're 3-act plays, and if you don't have the chance yet, go over and you will laugh your stomach off. April 12th, Parent Advisory Council, lots of folks there, and I don't know if it was because of serving breakfast, but we had a big turnout of parents and teachers, parents and principals and everybody there, so it was a lot of great information to pass on, and parents were also engaged. And I'm looking forward to the Dysart Heroes celebration next week. Should be a fun evening, and anytime, I just wanted to share because board members do receive like for instance, when we went to Read with Read Across America, we do get little thank yous from students and for whatever we attend. And so sometimes when I happen to be feeling down or whatever, there was a packet that we received many years ago, and it comes anytime I need a big pick-me-up. And we had a packet of thank yous that each of the board members received, and it was for, I can't even remember what it was actually for. And anytime I need something to pick me up, I'll just pull these out and read them. Am I making a difference in the district? And any of us, are we making a difference? And I think that whenever we see this stuff and hold on to it, yes, we are. And it's not just the board members, it's staff. It's community members that, the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. It does. And it's everybody in this room and in the community. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that we thank you for everything that you do. So these are precious to me. And that's it. It's enough.
So my update is finally finished off the spring training volunteering for the Valley Vista Marching Band. We raised quite a bit of money and had a lot of fun. It was a lot of work, but so glad it's over. Also in the Read Across America, I forgot to mention this last time, but I have been doing some reading over at the Rise Therapy Center for disabled adults. And it's been made such an impression on me because many of these adults are graduates of Dysart. And when they hear the word Dysart, their eyes just light up. And they want to know about our buses. They want to know if they can get a sticker, you know. And it's just so much fun to be with them and just to hear their experiences with Dysart and how much they miss coming to school. And these are people that have graduated, 5-10 years ago. So we've made quite an impression on them, and it just really warms my heart. And I would invite anybody to, if you have some time, to make a visit there, and they would love for you to read to them. So also, Xanadu Jr., and yes, we were singing along with all the songs. It was a great time. Just so impressed of how they pulled it all together. Not just, I'm so used to seeing, high school theater performances lately, and seeing, something with such diverse ages up there, and how they coordinated all of that, and it was just perfect. And I saw it on opening night, so it was just flawless. Very, very good execution. So thank you for that. Also attended the Valley Vista Mr. Monsoon presentation, awards, whatever, I don't know, pageant. It was so much fun. It was the second time I've seen that, and it's just such a great experience to see such a creative pageant process that helps our community. So, and that was it. Anything? Okay. All right, and then next we're going to move to item E1, and I do have a few items that I would like to make a motion on with that. Hold on one second. All right, so I would like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented, with exception of moving items 13 and 16 into action discussion.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Chaffin. I don't believe I'm connected, but I'm a yes. I'm gonna close and relaunch this. Motion passes. Give me just a moment. I'm not getting to the login page, sorry. Yes, finally. All right, moving on to item G1, Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of Cabinet. Mr. Dean will introduce this item.
Madam President, members of the Governing Board, Dr. Kellis, and members of Cabinet, this evening we bring to you for first read, as part of the routine and yearly monitoring of policies, the second half of Section 10, which is 10.35 to 10.69. I'm happy to answer any questions.
My only question is, Dr. Kellis, you said you're going to work on the wording just to ensure that the person observing the incident is the one that makes the report rather than having it delegated to someone else at school.
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, by state law, it requires that those who are mandatory reporters and have the most immediate knowledge of whatever allegation of abuse is the one who files the report. So yes, that is actually a requirement and needs to be clarified, and so that will be made.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving to item G2, Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of Cabinet. Earlier this year, the Governing Board instituted a process for revising current Governing Board policies and aligning those to the current governance model and editing the policies so that they are not a policy governance model, which was part of a previous board action to eliminate that. The board has had access to the revisions for the last 2 or 3 weeks, and so they are presented here for the board to have further discussion about. This would be a first read on sections 1 through 8 of the policy. The other sections, from 9 on, we have had ongoing revisions throughout the spring, and so that's why those are not included here. For example, of item number G1, which is introduced this evening. And we'll continue to bring those other policies on our regular schedule. Starting next year, we will start over again with section 1, and throughout the year, we will revisit each of these policies as an ongoing monitoring system. So with that, I would be happy to field any questions on sections 1 through 8.
Ms. Densmore, do you have a preference on how we go through these policies as far as any questions?
I don't
As far
have
as
any.
Okay. I mean, what about the rest of the board? Do we go through like each section at a time, or does each person goes through all of them at once? As far as order, if no one cares, then I'll just do whatever.
I would just say go through sections.
Okay.
Sections.
Start out with section 1.
Do it by section.
Yeah.
So we're not all over the place.
I don't have any for 1.
I don't have any discussion for 1. Okay, moving to 2.
I have some for 2.
Okay.
Under 2.0, there was a highlighted area, delegate operational and managerial functions of the district to the superintendent. But what was removed was then decide, the part where it says decide on issues, as far as the board, deciding on issues not delegated to the superintendent. I think that should remain rather than being removed, because I think that kind of still applies. So I would just ask that that highlighted section remain.
You're looking at 2.1? Oh, goodness. 2.0.
And I gotta find it again.
What page, do you know? Second page?
I need to find it in here.
Under hire the superintendent.
Did you find it? Oh, hire the superintendent. Yes, thank you. Under hire the superintendent. So it used to say, decide on issues not delegated to the superintendent, but it was rewritten to say, delegate operational and managerial functions of the district to the superintendent. So I like the way it was before, as far as the verbiage of it, because using the word decide on issues not delegated, gives the board some discretion and time to actually discuss, rather than just jumping right to delegating it. So I just liked that. It seemed more process-oriented, and that's why I liked it.
Madam President, if I could just interject a comment that the role of the superintendent is the day-to-day operations, the managerial part of running the district. And so that's somewhat assumed. Anything that is not expressly delegated to be decided by the board could potentially create some question. I'm just saying, because there's so much that is involved in the operations of the district that it's not expressly stated in policy. I'm okay with the recommended change, but there could potentially become a challenge where, is this delegated or not delegated? There's no document that outlines every single duty and responsibility delegated to the superintendent, other than the managerial and operational responsibilities of the district.
Since we had the other verbiage before, the decide on issues not delegated to superintendent, and they've gone through legal, do you know if we ever had any challenge or any issue with the previous language?
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, not that I'm aware of. Like I said, I'm okay with the change. It's just a statement of clarification.
Okay. Does anybody else have an issue with that?
I don't, because I know that the purpose of the superintendent is to act as the CEO of the district. And that does include the day-to-day operations. So you were okay with what it said before, decide on issues not delegated?
That was our previous policy. It says, wait.
Because before it said decide on issues not delegated to the superintendent.
Right.
And the superintendent is the one that is in charge of the operation. So I guess I'm a little bit confused as to,
That was the, how we were operating previously. That was not those weren't my words. Those were actually in our policy before now.
right.
So I'm just saying, so yeah, the board has the direct responsibility too. And so then so it's deciding on issues not delegated to the superintendent. So if there weren't issues that were delegated to the superintendent, then the board would have to discuss and decide on those issues. So it's just pretty
Or
much just
choose to
leaving it as
delegate.
is. What's that?
Or choose to delegate.
Right.
Right.
So that option is still there. But that's our current policy, deciding on issues not delegated.
I do see what you're saying, but I guess, one scenario that's coming to mind is, say, for instance, there's a new, statute that school districts need to start abiding by. So we don't have a policy in place for that. So then it would automatically default. I mean, if we leave the language in place, it would default that the governing board was responsible for implementing that change. When, if it's operations related, it really should default to the superintendent, maybe. Just a thought.
It needs to default to the superintendent. The superintendent is the one that's in charge of the day-to-day operations. I guess I don't know how else to say it. I mean, our duty as a board is to hire, terminate, evaluate the superintendent, pass the budget, and create policy. So, or make any policy changes. So I guess with the superintendent, he's the one that's in charge of the district, unless there is something that, I mean, am I missing something? I didn't think I was, but
Well, again, this is the policy that we've all been operating under
Right.
those words. So it's exactly the way it's always been. This would address anything like, I guess I'm also thinking of over like last March when the governor came out with the executive order and the board then had to decide, we delegated then a lot of those decisions to the superintendent at that time. It was something new. The COVID wasn't around. I mean, it was a new thing. Something came up. So that wasn't necessarily delegated, I guess. And so we then had the information. We could have decided to handle some of it on our own. We could have delegated it. We met. We decided to delegate it to the superintendent. So kind of how Ms. Dunsmore was saying, it still could end up being that way. But I guess it would just be if anything came up, then we would be the ones to decide on delegating those issues. Everything else that's currently in place as far as the operations are already delegated to the superintendent. So this is deciding on issues not delegated.
and so how often do we have issues that are not delegated as far as operations?
I don't know, but obviously it worked for us however long this policy's been in place.
This policy's been in place since 2010, right?
Yeah, but we review it every year.
Right. And as far as I know, we haven't had any changes since then.
I don't, excuse me, I still don't see the purpose in changing it. I get what you're saying, that it's been in policy all this time, but I think the new language clarifies everything, that it makes it very clear that the operation and manager functions are delegated to the superintendent.
I don't know if you know this, Dr. Kellis, or right off the top of your head, or like Mr. Hicks, who's from another district, same with Mr. Croto. Do we know what other districts actually put into their type of delegation authority as far as what is delegated to the superintendent for him to do? Do we what? Give you a district?
Mesa,
Mesa. Okay, the Mesa's fine, I don't care.
I don't know. Glendale, no.
Madam President, Ms. Soy-Sinkbell, I have some ASBA language. I can't tell you what district it's from. I don't know if you know what district it's.
That's probably Deer Valley.
Most likely from Deer Valley.
Deer Valley.
It talks about school board operational goals. Their coding is section BA. There's several bullets, comments. It talks about the governing board is responsible to the people of the district and therefore should be aware of opinions and attitudes community. As representatives of the people who own and support the schools, the board accepts the responsibility to identify community attitudes and opinions and district needs and to require short and long range strategies and are responsible for the budgetary limitations of the district. Then it goes through some belief systems, and these are not in law. These are belief systems that are bulleted, but I can tell you that they come from an ASBA template that is 95% of the districts in Arizona use these same bullets. The last bullet, the board has far greater responsibility than merely to conduct the housekeeping of the district. Daily school operation involves executive and administrative functions better delegated to district employees. So it's not worded the same as the language that is being proposed. I think I mentioned in a response to the board on this question that there's a lot of language in here that is a carryover from Dr. Janderson, policy governance. And part of the policy governance was that that aspect of delegation, and that the board is responsible for, apologize for using the term, ends, and that the means are delegated to the superintendent. That's a very broad term to say all of the means are delegated to the superintendent and the ends are the responsibility of the board. Trying not to carry forward the policy governance language that was in place, the date that we have on here around 2010-ish, but to try and align it more with current language of the ASBA was the intent of the recommended change.
Would we be okay with keeping both statements? So delegate operational and managerial function of the district to the superintendent and decide on issues not delegated to the superintendent.
That's a good compromise.
That's fine.
Okay.
Because I just want to make sure that I don't want to get us to get into the point of having Dr. Kellis to wait on an okie dokie from us for anything that has to do with the operations. So I'm okay with it to put both. I mean, because we may decide something that, no, Dr. Kellis, you do need to run that past us in order for us to approve it. I'm totally fine with that. But the operations of administration, I mean, that's why we have a superintendent. That's why he has superintendents under, or assistant superintendents under him. Because there may be a time that we, as a board, cannot meet together, or yeah, it's just not, it's not our responsibility for the operations of the district. But there could be sometimes, just like you said, Ms. Densmore, as far as some things that are not delegated, I just don't know what.
Well, school closures is one.
Yeah.
So that's a big one for me.
Madam President, just as a very quick note on that, the statute does outline opportunities where the superintendent can close if
Yes.
there's weather. Well, there's about 4 bullets, but
Understood.
all of those decisions then subsequently have to be ratified by the governing board.
Right. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine. Leaving both of them in there, that's totally fine.
Anything else in section 2?
I have a few more. 2.8, I know we moved, Dr. Kellis, you said you moved that to 2.0 as far as all the redlining. So what does that do, though, for 2.8?
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, there were some bullets on 2.8 that had a red line. Each of those red line bullets were transferred to 2.0.
I see what you're saying. Okay, so all those are,
They're all captured in policy, just in a different section.
okay. And then 2.21. Let me pull it up.
2.21.
Yeah. Board communication with the public. I would just ask that perhaps we consider adding the verbiage suggested. When we talk about, let's see, having the public, they have to exhaust their opportunity with administration first, any opportunities to resolve issues with administration first before they are allowed to contact the board. And I just feel like I don't want to put anything on the community or stakeholders that would make them feel like they can't just come to the board if they have a concern. We might suggest that they do, but I'd prefer that we don't say that that is like a stipulation to coming to the board, is that they have to go through administration first. We can't really tell the community, we can't make them, we can't bind them to our policies. And I wouldn't want to. I would want them to feel comfortable coming to the board with anything, any concerns that they have. And then obviously the board would, in our role, know that, I personally respond to stakeholders, but I also would forward the concern to the superintendent, so any official formal follow-up would happen at the district level. But I wouldn't want anyone to come to me, and I would never tell somebody I can't, unless you've gone and exhausted all your opportunities with administration, you can't come to me yet. And I just wouldn't want to give that perception to the community.
Before you answer that, and I'm going to answer Ms. Pritchard, I do the same thing. As far as whenever someone does send me something, I said, okay, well, we have this guideline for solving problems, whether it's curriculum, whether it's what have you. Have you, by chance, exhausted those issues? And I do ask them that first. And they said, well, no, we haven't even, we've just gone straight to the top. I said, okay, because some of those issues can go ahead and be handled by the principal, or if it's curriculum, then Dr. Poling. I would never tell anybody to say, nope, sorry, you've got to start at the bottom. I'm like you, I will respond to a comment and ask them, by chance, have you looked at the guide to solving problems? Because each area has the steps to take. And if they haven't, then that's when I alert whomever. So yes, I do respond to those just like that and tell them about that guide. Now you can respond. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, the intent of this may be unclear. There are plenty of policies that strongly encourage and support board member communications with the community and with people throughout the district and throughout the community, including those who have concerns. And I've said this before, absolutely, you should be, because as the board members, that's your responsibility. As I just cited in the previous, is that you are the pulse of the community with regard to the district. The reason I think that there may be some misunderstanding about this bullet is we don't have in policy all of the procedures for formal complaints. We have procedures for formal complaints that would relate to this. So the recommended change that I communicated to the board earlier this week that could satisfy that is that any community member who exhausts the opportunity of discussing a matter at the administrative level may appeal the matter to the governing board, keeping it in the formal complaint process mode and not just day-to-day communications. Or I would absolutely expect that the board would continue and openly have those communications with anybody who wants to share a concern. This would not eliminate that by saying you've gone through the process of addressing your matter at each level and you're still not satisfied. Ultimately, you can appeal your matter to the board.
Yeah, I think it still just sounds more, more like the preferred procedure, and especially then if you change it to appeal, it sounds more formal, where I'm just thinking of a typical just person who maybe isn't, you know, into all the policies and procedures of the district, that just wants to be able to reach out. If they were to see this, to me, it would seem prohibitive. It'd make it seem like, okay, I have to exhaust all my opportunities in one area first with administration to then make an appeal to the board in writing. You see what I mean? I wish there was a way that we can not make it sound so prohibitive by saying you must exhaust the other opportunities first.
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, it is a very formal process.
For
Trying to
appeals, but-
separate out the two situations of casual conversation versus formal complaints. What I'm suggesting is that this addresses the formal complaints versus the casual conversation, which absolutely the board must engage in on a regular basis.
So, and you're right with regards to appeal. So should we have something in there that says exactly what you just said with regards to communication that we do receive that has nothing to do with the formal? Formal, keep, because that's the procedure. But as far as day-to-day communication, something that somebody has put a little tidbit in your ear that you need to respond to, and then Dr. Kellis, are we really doing this? And then that's that connection. And I don't know if maybe putting that guidelines for solving problems, do we have that any place in policy?
Well, the thing is like this, like I agree. If we're in a formal process, then yes, it needs to be more formal, and you use the word like appeal and things like this. But the title of this policy is just board communications with public. So it doesn't imply that it is the formal, go through the chain of command until you finally get to the board type procedure. This is just board communication with public. So that's why I'm thinking I don't want it to seem like it's going to stymie anyone from communicating with the board.
Except the first sentence says, the board welcomes your opinion and input from the public on all matters. Then it says, structure noted for official specific business. So the first line basically says that we want the public or employees on general information or whatever. So that takes care of what Ms. Sawyer-Simpa was talking about. But structure for an official specific business is the guidelines follow.
Just perhaps, I don't know if we can put this on the screen.
That's why it sounds contradictory, because on here it says it welcomes it, and then down here it says you must exhaust all the opportunity and then appeal to the board.
So maybe it should have a heading or something that's separate that says for formal,
Yeah.
split it and have formal something down at the bottom. Yeah, I can see that.
And I think there's also in there, on that first bullet, any community member who exhausts the opportunity of discussing an official matter at the administrative level may appeal the matter to the board in writing. There's the word official versus, I think, again, encouraging.
But yeah, taking that, what that is, and it's almost like creating its own, and then have that particular bullet point underneath it. I mean, there, in our policies, someplace else, it does, what am I looking for? The actual formal process, not just in board communications, it's listed someplace else. Okay, so I don't know if we need to reference that over.
Like for
Connecting the
formal
two?
grievances
Yes,
or something
formal
like that would indicate there's a process where just contacting the board, communicating with the board in public, we want to make sure that nobody feels like that's restricted. Like anyone can do that at any time, but then make the note of for formal grievance procedures.
Moving it over. You see? You
Just
see
want to
what
make
I
sure
see?
we're all on the same page as we're looking at
It's,
the
yeah, it's
revisions.
2.21.
The introductory paragraph, the board welcomes the opinion and other input from employees and the public in general on all matters. Structures noted below for official specific business shall not prevent communication between the board and all stakeholders. But all such communications must be made in compliance, referring to official business with Arizona open meeting law to the extent applicable.
I mean, it's wonderful and that we communicate with the community, because there are some boards that it stops right there and it doesn't even come to them, or it goes to another, and that's just different boards across the state.
But just based on the suggestion that you made to add more language to this, to clarify, it needs to be clear. And Ms. Pritchard and Ms. Sawyer-Sinkbell, you both gave some suggestions for some language. Could you repeat what you were suggesting?
I think Tracy was saying about kind of splitting it into like a separate bullet, did you say?
A separate heading, so to speak, and then for the formal process, that's where the appeal would come in, and also referencing policy, whatever that policy is for
Formal complaints.
formal complaints. Formal,
We'll rework this and bring it back for the second read.
I think you also mentioned having the problem-solving guide maybe somewhere in there.
yes.
If possible.
Madam President, the district does have a problem-solving guide that's on our website, but
Just
that
not
could-
in the board docs, though?
It's, we can add that as a document,
Okay.
as part of our procedures.
Maybe too, to have the difference between the two, when you do Tracy's separate bullet, on that first sentence, after matters, it could be comma without restriction. So then they know for sure, like, there's no restriction on any, like, but then it'll say, but when you get down to the bottom where it's gonna be the grievance procedure or policy, then that's what's gonna differentiate. You're gonna make it so vastly different. No restriction up top, but then you're gonna come up with the exhausting the administrative level and the appeal at the bottom.
We will work on that.
Okay,
Okay.
I was going to say I could give you an idea, and then I'll type it up and send it to you, I guess. Yeah.
Before we move on, I don't have a question or addition to this or anything, but I just have a comment. So the last piece of that introduction, where it says all such communications must be made in compliance with the open meeting law. I have seen some things recently, not with our board, but with a neighboring district, where community members are screenshotting responses from governing board members, and they're posting them, and there's more than two. So so that, in a sense, could be a potential open meeting law violation. So we all have to be really conscious of that and careful about how we respond. We can empathize, but to provide an actual opinion, we want to be really careful with that. So just a comment.
That's a very valid comment, too.
So I appreciate that you put that in there. Thank you.
Just for clarification on that, though, if someone else, as far as the law is concerned, though, if you respond to a stakeholder with your opinion or your thought regarding whatever, and I do that sparingly, I did it a lot with COVID, people, as far as making sure they felt validated in the points they were making, but as far as giving a strong personal opinion, I try to still maintain my board role where I could have a definite opinion, but if it's in violation of, if our policy says otherwise, it doesn't really matter what my opinion is, so I forward it to the superintendent. But that is a private conversation between me and the stakeholder, to where, as far as open meeting law goes, if someone else takes it upon themselves to screenshot something and share it, I'm not like the board member's not violating, because that's the other private person, right, Dr. Cullis, as far as our protection of someone doing that.
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, you're correct that you can communicate with an individual, and if they share that with others, that may extend to other board members. You are not talking about board business
With another board
member. That is something that is circumvented. But I think to Madam President Dunsmore's point, you just have to be very cautious about it and be careful, because that could come back if then one of the other board members responds to that post, and then you have a conversation going. So while a board member may be able to say something that's posted on social media, it gets to others, but there's not that two-way communication. But once you start responding to those comments and it becomes a forum for communication between board members, albeit through social media, then I think you're in very, very thin ice.
Plus, there are some folks that may send something to the board, send it to a board member, and then they get a response from one particular board member. Then they send it to another board member, and it's almost like some may be on a fishing expedition, and they're trying to get to the answer that they want. Oh, I like your answer better than the other two or three. So it can be very complicated. But yeah, you're totally right as far as
But I
making a
guess even if
screenshot.
it's not a true open meeting law violation, you know, that you're going to be responsible for, I guess I have concerns because it's going to change potentially if we had an upcoming item on an agenda that we were going to be making a decision on and voting on, it potentially changes the integrity of that vote. So that's where my concern is with it, and I just don't want that to be challenged, so.
Right. Yep. Agreed.
Are we still on 2-1?
I don't know.
Yeah, 221.
On 221 and 220, I just have a question on the word, adding the word official. As a community member, I'm not sure, it says a community member who exhausts the opportunity of discussing, and we're adding the word "an official matter." I think any community member who submits or writes whatever, communicates with the board, in their mind, this is an official matter. And now we're into what is official and not official. And it's the same on 2.0, an employee who exhausts the opportunity of discussing a matter. And we're adding an official matter. I think everybody's definition of official is different.
Madam President, Ms. Grant, the reason the word official was put in there is because based on comments and feedback from board members about the topic that you've hinted on this evening of not being able to speak openly with stakeholders, this was intended to provide some differentiation. I completely understand that any time a stakeholder communicates with a board member, they may have that perception that that communication is official. And that you're going to do something about it. But that was the intent of putting the word official in there, is just so that there wasn't confusion about what the board could and couldn't say to whom and when.
And I think it's different for employees, because for employees, there's actual policy that the policy would apply to employees as far as that chain of command and the expectation that they work through their supervisor and things, where that doesn't apply to community members.
Right. That's why I don't understand why they got the word official in there.
For the public, the public one?
Well, that one, to me, when I read it that way, it was because official is like a documented concern that's going to require action, I guess.
But again, everybody's definition of official, I think when somebody writes, they think that this is official. I'm concerned about.
So what would you suggest changing the word to?
Nothing. The opportunity to discussing a matter. Just take out the word official, that's all. I just think that if you're a parent and you're writing, to them, this is important. And if we, I don't know, that's just my.
Yeah, official wasn't my thing. My thing was exhaust the opportunity. So I don't care what we do with the word official. I'm okay with that. Changing matters.
I just want to say, I find it interesting that how this introduction summary changed the whole tone of this. Because I really initially thought of 2.21 as being restrictive on the board, not on the community. But now it just seems like it's just kind of changed the whole tone of it. But I don't know. I mean, can you share more about what the intent is? Is it really to restrict any communication or to guide the public, or is it to guide the board?
Madam President, the intent here is to do both.
Okay.
Based on previous feedback from the board about frustration over policy that was perceived to limit the board's communication, this recommended language expressly states that shall not prevent communication between the board and stakeholders. To put language in there that gives the board permission to speak to stakeholders, but at the same time, a board member cannot fix a stakeholder's problems, cannot resolve concerns. That needs to go through a formal process. So communicating with somebody does not imply that you're going to fix their problems, but what this is suggesting is that if somebody has a concern, that they need to go through the administrative levels and exhaust those levels, and then if they're still not satisfied with how their concern has been formally addressed, then they can appeal that to the governing board.
Okay.
There is ASBA language that probably takes up pages to explain what we're trying to explain in a paragraph.
And maybe for something like this policy, that would be what we need. Because if this is going to really speak to our community, they may need more of that background and clarity than we would for like the employee section, because they are aware, they know and they work our policies all the time.
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, to your point that you made earlier, this isn't a prevalent problem. I don't know that there's something we're trying to fix here other than just the board's feedback that you want to be able to talk to your constituents. Absent your comments on that point, it would have remained the same as it was before.
Okay. I will still put the word, I'll give the wording to
But
Louisa.
yes, we'll wordsmith this some more and bring it back with some recommended language that splits it up so it's perhaps a little clearer as two separate topics.
I just have, are you done?
I am.
I just have one more comment. On 2.21, no anonymous communication will be considered by the board for formal action. I just think it should be no anonymous communication will be considered by the board, period. I don't know why we need to add.
Well, I had a piece of feedback on that one. That was because I don't want it to seem, I just thought the other sounded somewhat cold, that if somebody doesn't feel comfortable coming forward and reporting something, and something that might be very significant, I don't want them to think it's like, if you're not going to put your name on it, we're not going to do anything about it, we don't care. They can't, I want to know, like if somebody had a piece of information that was detrimental to students or our buildings or our programs or something, I would want to know about that. But they would have to know that as far as official action or formal action, we're going to need to be able to contact you, do an investigation, we meaning the district, doing an investigation. So if they want a formal action and something actually done, then they can't be anonymous, because we're going to have some discussion. So to me, that was why I think it was important to differentiate that, because I would never want someone to think that if I know this is happening, but I'm not going to do anything with it because the board says they won't have anything to do with anonymous complaints or information. Well, I think that's wrong.
Well, I have to disagree on that. I just think that if there is something really going on that they're concerned about, they should be able to put their name on it. Now, they could write to you and say, I'm very nervous about putting my name on here. because I'm concerned about my student or my child or whatever, and go from there. But anonymous, people can just write whatever, and then what are you going to do with it? I mean, you're going to read it and go, oh, and you forward it. You have no way of responding back. I just think that creates a whole nother, it's just like social media. People can just write whatever. And so I just think, put your name on it if you truly believe it. Or you can express, hey, I'm very concerned. Please don't share my name or whatever.
And I agree with you. I think you should stand by your words, but not everybody feels that way. And like that, what I'm saying is, if there is something of significance that someone, and we used to have people come to the board all the time or email, they're concerned about retaliation. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's a real fear for that person. And if they had a piece of information that the district should know about, and if it meant not knowing it at all and having something, again, detrimental happening to students or staff or programs, because we won't even hear it, I would much rather say, go ahead and give me the information, but you have to know there's only so far we can go with it without your name. And usually for me, that is, again, validating their concerns, thanking them for bringing it forward, and then I forward it to the superintendent, and he or she can decide, they're either gonna maybe make contact with the school and say, hey, is this going on? Yes or no, and then if they know they can only go so far with it if they don't have names, but I don't want anybody to feel disregarded. I'd rather know the information than have them not bring it at all because they're going to be forced to give their name. We just may not be able to do much with it.
I think that's the key right there.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be able to do
Right.
much with it. I'm okay with having the formal action, because different times we will get anonymous letters in the mail with information on it, and of course there's no name down at the bottom of it, but for formal action, yeah, we need to have it.
I will say this, it doesn't sound like this is just with the public, though. We're talking about communication with all stakeholders, including potentially an employee who's exhausted, everything else. I think in the case of a potential whistleblower situation, I do think that we need to be able to accept anonymous communications from people, and whether that's for formal action or not. But I think that many businesses have those processes in place. It doesn't mean that it's going to get that formal action, but it's going to get a look and go, oh, okay, and you do with it what you need to do, whether it's valid or not. I think that there's value in that. I'm okay with it as presented.
With the formal action?
Yes.
Anything else on 2.21?
What's in section 2?
I don't think I did. I think that was, nope. Nope. No, I think that was it for me. Um, 2.28. We were totally wiping everything out. Was this was with the informational liaison between itself and the various school board associations?
Madam President, Ms. Sawyer-Sinkbell, that was moved to 2.27.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Then I went too far. Thank you. And that was it. Okay.
I didn't notice this before, so 2.27, the district shall not spend monies for memberships in an association that attempts to influence the outcome of an election.
We don't.
I know that the ASBA has their own, I don't know what you call it, I guess
It's called
a
Friends of
political action committee, or?
Friends of ASBA.
So is that how they differentiate it then? The Friends of ASBA is their political arm, and we don't pay for that?
We do not. And if you wish to belong to the Friends of ASBA that does political influence or what, then that board member would need to be a part of Friends of ASBA and not have any association dues paid by the district. You would have to, if you wanted to be a part of it, you'd have to pay for it on your own.
I will say that on our first training that we did for the Dysart, or for the school board, the ASBA, I heard a lot about bad bills from the leadership. So I feel like the ASBA, during that formal training, was talking about bad bills going through the State House and Senate. I feel like that needs to be drawn attention to, because they were definitely trying to influence an election and an outcome with that.
Madam President, Ms. Chaffin, so the distinction, the district shall not spend monies for membership in an association that attempts to influence the outcome of an election as determined by state and federal law. Elections don't include legislative. Elections are ballot initiatives.
People in
Well,
positions.
the November election.
November election, thank you.
Anything that's on the ballot. Legislative actions, I will say that across the state, there is lots and lots of engagement from both district employees, board members, associations, we call them the alphabets, that all weigh in on legislative proposals.
Okay. Ladies, have anything else for section 2? Okay. Moving to section 3. Board superintendent relationship.
I have one on 3.2. Where it says the board views superintendent performance as identical to district performance, so that the district accomplishment of board prescribed district goals will be viewed as successful superintendent performance. I just like it reworded so the district goals aren't identified as the only determinant that can be considered when discussing successful performance. For example, there might be things outside of the strategic plan goals that could occur and be part of concern when determining successful performance. And the board shouldn't be limited in discussing those concerns and incorporating them into the superintendent's success. So I know that the board's going to evaluate according to the superintendent's adherence of policies, but that's, to me, different than what this request is as far as rewording it. I just feel like it shouldn't necessarily just be limited to district goals. And that, in and of itself, it just seems very restricted. It should be more of an open discussion and address all areas of challenges or successes, not just the ones limited that year to the district goals.
Which paragraph are you on? I'm sorry.
I retyped it, so let me find it in the actual. The last bullet.
So you're saying to leave the will in there?
No. So just the way that's written, saying that the superintendent's performance is identical to district performance. So the district accomplishment of board prescribed district goals will be viewed as successful superintendent performance.
Okay.
And I'm just saying that that's that it shouldn't be a superintendent's performance or evaluation discussion shouldn't be limited to whatever the district, even though we're going to obviously be using just the policies, obviously how well this superintendent followed or implemented the prescribed policies. And I know we have our strategic plan, but let's just say there's a performance issue that isn't necessarily a strategic plan goal, that particular evaluation cycle, and we should be able to talk about other aspects of performance, not just that particular strategic planning goal that year. So I just feel like it needs to be rewarded so it incorporates other areas that would lend to successful performance, not just the strategic plan. So if we, like everyone met the 301 goals, and so that meant, therefore, that's viewed as the superintendent's successful performance, like in general. There could be other things outside of whatever the strategic plan goal areas are that particular year.
But you're talking about adding other factors, or it could be other things that would make his or her performance, successful or not successful.
And that'll this discussion can kind of go into when we get to 3.4, might make more sense, but yeah. So, well, let me just briefly jump into that for a second because it might pull it all together. So 3.4 talks about using the annual performance evaluation, and the board and the superintendent will mutually establish goals and objectives for the superintendent for the ensuing year. And I was saying how I would like us to go back to how we used to do things, to where the board usually during a workshop would meet with the superintendent. It would be a public workshop where we would do superintendent goal setting. And we'd talk about as a group, okay, these are the areas we'd like you to focus on. And again, they're in line with our policies, obviously, but there might be very specific things that particular year that we want to work into a goal. So that would be an example of how in 3.2, this is kind of dependent on 3.4. So it shouldn't just be limited to strategic plan goals necessarily here, because what if we ask during that goal setting that we want them to focus on other areas? Well, all of that should be, in general, globally. I mean, we should look at all performance, not just how the superintendent addressed certain strategic plan goals, and say, okay, so those goals were met in the strategic plan, therefore you have successful superintendent performance.
So what else would you want to add to it, like?
Well, when I submitted it, I just said, this needs to be, I'd like it to be reworded. I think the feedback I got was it should be discussed during the meeting. So I don't have the actual verbiage that I would necessarily, because I knew it would, we were going to talk about it some more, but, so I don't know. That would have to be something, I suppose, that we would, if that's what the board is interested in doing, then we would have to draft it or bring it back the next time.
Okay.
It was mainly my point. It's mainly just the principle of it is what I was.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes.
Madam President, members of the board, this is a little bit of a complicated item because it has ties to other, well, the superintendent's contract specifically. And in the superintendent's contract, it states that the superintendent will be evaluated based on the criteria that was adopted at the time the contract was instituted. So while the board could make that change, it would not apply until a contract renewal and the contract was revised, or that then applied to the then language at the time of the renewal. On a philosophical point, the difficulty of having it open, we actually had this conversation a couple of years ago here in this board meeting when we were talking about the superintendent's evaluation and what that might entail. And I stated very openly that my goals will be the board's goals, and there was some celebration of that. That's a good thing, because then that meant that there was understanding of where the superintendent's attention would be, and that it was aligned with the board's goals. I absolutely welcome feedback from the board. We have to be careful that feedback isn't construed as becoming policy, that feedback through an evaluation can't be a substitute for implementing new policy. So, as an example, if the superintendent was directed through the evaluation to do something administratively, that would be construed as a policy because it's the vote of the board, but it wasn't handled during an open meeting vote of the board to change policy. So just some clarification there that if there's feedback given to the board, that absolutely is a point of excellent feedback and conversation. But the expectation that it then become what happens going forward in the district is very narrowly defined differently than a policy. And the board can only direct through policy, through a vote of the board, not through an evaluation.
Thank you.
I think we might be talking about two separate things. But to that point, though, when the board gives direction in a board meeting as a whole and then votes on it, are you saying that all of those directives are considered a new policy? Because that's not how I understood it. It would just be like directing the superintendent, because the superintendent works at the will of the board. So if the board as a whole votes to have the superintendent take some action or follow through with whatever, that wouldn't necessarily be a policy change, though.
Madam President, Mr. Pritchard, once the board votes and makes a decision, it's policy, per our attorney.
Publicly votes.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I'm getting stuck on the word policies.
Digest that a little bit more.
Yeah.
I understand what you're talking about, but as far as for him, that would be, that would have to be some, yeah, that's.
But again, I submit to the will of the board. I will continue to manage the operations and daily functions management of the district. I welcome feedback, but the board would necessarily have to determine, is this something that is going to be a new administrative function, and vote on it as a board to enact that policy to happen.
Well, aside from that piece of it, as far as board direction coming from out of a board vote during a public meeting, being policy or how it's being worded, that aside, in regard to 3.2, again, just, and 3.4, and I haven't looked at your contract in a while to remember to understand the words that you're talking about, or the verbiage that you're talking about as far as changing the contract. I'm not saying like once you get the goals, that then midway through the board should change them. I know that's against the contract, and no one should ever suggest doing that to you. But I remember, how was it that we used to do it before, though, where we would all come together at every year, almost like any other employee evaluation, where you talk about your goals for the year and you come to an understanding, and we used to come to the board meeting, we'd vote to adopt them. How is that not, how are you saying that that's now against policy or contract?
Madam President, Mr. Pritchard, so the language that existed in policy about the evaluation of the superintendent, and to the point of section 3.2, they're somewhat blended, 3.4 and 3.2. You're talking about the accountability of the superintendent, the evaluation of the superintendent, and as far as my evaluation, it shall be based on the language that was in place when the contract was initiated. So you can make these changes here and say, we want to open it up and go beyond what was in place at the time, but that wouldn't apply until the contract is renewed. So at the time the contract renewed, it stated that it would be aligned with the board's goals. That was the criteria. So to expand that, that would be something that would take effect when the contract's renewed.
But what about, because that still makes sense though, as far as they should be in line with the board's goals and the district goals. Like, I completely agree with that. But I'm just saying every year it seems like, because obviously in a 3-year superintendent contract, things change in 3 years. Your focus for that particular year may not be the same focus you're going to have on your 3rd year, but it's the same contract. So what I'm saying is, if that language is just broad to where, okay, they need to align, which again, I agree they should, but the specifics of that particular school year or the focus might be different.
And I would welcome that as feedback.
So feedback meaning though that we could come together, because to me it's just for communication. It's all about just making sure everyone's on the same page, we're clear on what the direction is for the year, what we want to look at. It's just healthy communication.
Right. And if the board changed the goals, then my goals would change with the board's. It's keeping that synchronization together so that we're all going in the same direction, we're on the same road going in the same direction, which is very clear to everybody where the district is headed. The superintendent and the board are going in the same direction. These are the district goals, these are the superintendent goals. When we start adding or bifurcating these two systems, it gets confusing.
So then maybe a way around that, are you suggesting that if we go back to come together every summer, come up with our goals or our focus, then rather than just adopting or approving superintendent goals, maybe that motion at the time would be adopting board and superintendent goals?
That would work.
Because my whole thing is just making sure, I just liked all of us coming together and talking about, okay, based on the previous year, this is the direction we all want to go in. So whether we say, okay, we're kind of adopting new board goals that year, along with the superintendent goal setting, then that would work?
That would work. I'll just give you a little sneak peek, a little teaser that at our next study session, which is May 5th, I believe, administration will be presenting to the board the areas of focus that we are going to be targeting for the next year about how we're going to be achieving the board's goals. So we'll be talking about finance, we'll be talking about academics, we'll be talking about 8 different areas that we are going to be focusing on to achieve the board's goals, which are the superintendent's goals, but that are priority items. So that doesn't mean that we have to change the board's goals to identify what those areas of focus are going to be. And that doesn't mean that we're deviating from this policy that the superintendent is no longer aligned with the board's goals. Those are just how we're going to achieve the board's goals and the superintendent's goals. That conversation is, yes, we've had that frequently. I agree that in the past it's been a superintendent goal setting session.
Right.
But right now, it's great that the superintendent's goals and the board's goals are the same. How we're going to achieve those, it would be a wonderful conversation.
So can we build that into the policy? It's just a matter of when we do it. I mean, it sounds like you're doing it, but you're doing it in May, where we used to do it in August after or you'll have the formal one, like whenever we used to have it. What was it, June or July?
No, and I want to say it was July. So why don't can we put a pin in this for right now and just wait to see what the focus and discussion will be at the May 5th?
As long as Dr. Callis is fine not moving forward with changing this policy until then. Because if we add a date in here, is what I'm saying, is have it be part of the policy to where we say by, kind of like we did for the board evaluation, October, I think is when we used to do it. So if we say by July of whatever, of the calendar of the school year or whatever.
Well, we can
we'll
change
have-
our policies at any time, so that's why I'm saying if we could just put a pin in this and just hold it for right now. We've already taken the shall and the shall not and all that other stuff, or fail, you know what I'm talking about, fail to and that verbiage, that we just hold it, leave it as it is right now, and see what the direction or the focus is going to be at the beginning of May when we come back for that work study session. Because we can go back and put in what we want and adopt it at the date that we make the change. That's not the issue, I guess, because you may get your questions answered or aligned once we hear what administration is going to provide us, and then we can work it in.
I think I have my answer now based on what Dr. Callis said. It sounds like it's the same type thing. It's just, sounds like they have it scheduled for May instead of we used to do it in the summer after his evaluation, because then it's like, okay, now we're starting for
Brand new.
the next year. So the only thing would be is just putting in like by June, like before I think we had by July.
So where did you have that?
Well, I didn't because I asked for it
You
to be
did.
rewarded.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So
All right,
3-2 and 3-4. So if we want to wait and bring 3 back, or if you want to just add in July, it sounds like we're talking about the same thing.
I think we're talking about the same thing as long as we're not saying that the superintendent's going to be evaluated on the areas of focus. Yes, ultimately it's the goals, and is the superintendent making satisfactory progress towards achieving the goals is going to be the final question on the superintendent's evaluation. And looking at our plan as a district and ultimate results, if those results are not satisfactory to the board, then it should be reflected that the goals are not being satisfactorily met.
Yeah, so if you're saying then we just bring them back in May, or if we do it in July, you're saying that we have to then say, we're not just approving the superintendent goals, we're approving the board's goals, so they're both aligned and they're the same thing, then we can do that.
And that, it says that now that
Yeah.
the superintendent's goals and the board's goals are the same. So if any time in the next, I'm not going to say a number of years, but in the next so many years that the superintendent's goals are the same as the board's goals, if during those ensuing years that the board, and we should revisit our goals on a regular basis to determine are they still relevant. And that's why we decided we're not going to have a 3-year strategic plan, we're going to have a working document. And if those goals need to be tweaked or modified, then automatically the superintendent's goals align with them immediately, with whatever the new board goals are.
I just want the process back. I want to be able to have that open conversation, and we all come back then and we vote on accepting the superintendent goals, and then if you want to add board goals at the same time, that's fine, but I liked that open dialogue and process for clarity and every year.
And I just wanted to say something real quick. For those that are tuning in, have tuned in, this is the only time we can actually discuss this when the 5 of us are in a public setting. So thank you for listening. But this is the only time the 5 of us can actually do this. And we need to break it down and go through things. And so we do appreciate listening to us. So thank you.
So if we can add that, if we can add July, like by July, that we will have a superintendent board, maybe superintendent and board goal setting, rather, where it used to just be superintendent goal setting. And that'll be at the end, after your evaluation, starting the new year, and we can then come back and then vote to approve them, both aligned.
We will look at the language and bring back some proposal.
Thank you. Somebody else has to do more of the talking, otherwise I'm going to go into 3-3.
3-3?
That one was the one where superintendent acts on own discretion if action is necessary in any matter not covered by board policy, reports such action to the board as soon as practicable, and recommends policy guidance in the future. And I'm just saying that if there isn't something that is not, if there's something not covered by board policy, again, I'm just big on communication and openness. So I'm just saying, I mean, if there's an emergency or something that has to be decided right away, then that's why we hire somebody that, you know, has the expertise to be able to make those on-the-spot decisions for the good of the district. So obviously, if it's an emergency, that's different. But if there's something that comes up that's not covered by board policy, I'm just saying I'd prefer there be communication with the board prior to just acting in their own discretion. So.
So I guess I would need to know what specifically you're talking about, because again, the superintendent is in charge of operations. So where were you looking at for that? I'm sorry, was that the 1, 2, 3, 4th paragraph?
Because I just copied and pasted it, so I need to find it in the actual.
Was it management, under management?
I think it's under, oh. It's under governing board, this is the last bullet, under governing board.
Governing board?
Yeah,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Acts on own discretion if action is not covered by board policy. And reports as soon as practicable, okay. Okay.
So it's just to reflect communication. If it's not already something delegated or something that, you know, is part of the management and operation of the district in general that's going to be in policy, then it's just communicate, unless it's an emergency, then just communicate with the board. I'm just big on communication with the board. That's my biggest underlying theme is.
But I don't want anything to happen where, again, it's operational, and she, superintendent would be the one to go ahead and complete the operation, and not have to wait upon a board action unless we would need to ratify it at the next board meeting.
Madam President, if I could just interject that there's some ambiguity in the language here because it suggests that, well, it doesn't make the distinction between management and operational decision-making and other things. So there should be, and I will be so bold as to say, there should be carte blanche authority given to the superintendent to manage and operate the day-to-day functions of the district. It would be literally impossible to operate and manage the district if decisions that are not included in policy had to be first reviewed with the board. We make 1,000 of those a day, and the difficulty in this policy is it doesn't say what decisions it's referring to. I think the intent here is that those decisions are probably the bigger item decisions, but there's no definition of what's a bigger item or a bigger decision than just the day-to-day operations.
I think you're right. I think that's what it is that it's those unusual or those bigger type things that are unexpected type things that you don't, because again, it's just so broad. So yeah, I guess I'm assuming that pretty much every operational type thing is in policy somewhere. You know, I'm just talking about if it's some just unknown, odd type issue that popped up, you would think you'd want to communicate it anyway, you know, with the board if it's unusual, out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about no-brainer, every day-to-day issue.
I think you would be shocked how much is not in policy.
Really?
there's nothing in policy that says that we need to get water to the students on the field during an evacuation. That's good judgment, and some of those decisions are good judgment decisions that we make on a day-to-day basis on the spur of the moment, and it's not policy to say that we do that.
Okay, so that would fall under something that you would, if we change this, then you would have to call the board and say, can I give water to these kids out on the field?
If there's-
Never mind.
I don't want him to call me.
Yeah, no. See, when I read it, I'm thinking that everything's pretty much in policy or inferred. These are going to be some outlandish, off-the-wall type, something comes up that no one's dealt with before. Well, then if no one's dealt with it before, let's all talk about it and figure out what we want to do, unless it's an emergency. But if you're saying things like that, I mean, I guess I would figure that would be under some student wellness policy that we have, you know, something like that. But, you know, okay, never mind.
Now, if he took the credit card, went down and bought a Circle K, you know, then that's outlandish, way out in
Yeah,
left
permission
field.
to fire me.
And he would have to get permission from that one over there. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head, so. And that's way out in left field, so, yeah. Okay.
No.
Any
Still on
other
three?
topics for section 3?
Madam President, if I could appeal for slight change in an agenda or in a suspension of the agenda for a brief moment to extend the opportunity for the board to approve another agenda item,
Yes.
as we have somebody who's waiting in the wings for a decision to be made.
Yes.
If it's,
Really?
if the board, if the president could recommend that
Motion
we
for that?
move to action item H1, and then we can return to this item.
So motion? Okay.
This is,
We're just going to move item H1? Okay. Item H1, Dr. Kellis.
Mr.
And possibly H3 if we find it so.
Madam President, members of the board, I would thank you for accommodating this request, and I'm going to ask Mr. Croto to present item H1.
Thank you, Dr. Kellis. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Kellis, cabinet, and guests. Administration is proud to recommend Amber Luna for the position of Assistant Principal at Sonoran Heights Middle School for the 21-22 school year. Amber Luna received a master's degree in educational leadership. I believe that was from ASU. She's a Sun Devil. She has 6 years of experience as an elementary teacher and 1 year as teaching and learning specialist with the Dysart Unified School District. So we are proud to recommend her. Amber has joined us tonight, so after your vote, we will officially welcome Amber.
are you ready, Amber? Yeah. Okay.
All right, I will make a motion on the recommendation to approve the appointment of the middle school assistant principal.
Second.
Madam President, could you
Restate it?
restate Amber Luna?
Yes. I will make a motion to approve the appointment of Amber Luna as middle school assistant principal. Seconded by Ms. Grant. Motion passes.
Congratulations.
All Are we moving to item H3?
If it is, appeals to the board, if you would.
Wait, I need more questions.
Madam President, members of the board, I'm going to ask Mr. Ken Hicks to introduce item H3.
Okay.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Kellis, colleagues, and community members. It's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Jennifer Shields, partner with Heinfeld & Meach, our accounting firm, and Ms. Marydell Spidell, our Director of Finance. And also, let me just also say thank you very much for moving this up a little bit when we have guests. I appreciate that. I would like to say that they work. I also appreciate all the hard work that our staff has done in accordance with this audit. Specifically, I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Spidell and Ms. Francie Wolf-Baumann, our accounting coordinator back there. They work so tirelessly and they are so skilled and know so much. I'm very proud to work with them and appreciate all that they do. If I could also say right before they begin, there was a bill passed in this legislative session that does require, I think it goes at the end of the legislative session, so it doesn't go into effect yet, but it does require school districts to present their audit to the governing board, and the governing board must accept the presentation by roll call vote and must send the audits to the Arizona Department of Education. As you know, we've been doing this for over a decade, that we do present our audit to the governing board, so it is something we have no problem with, and we continue to do so. I will now introduce Ms. Marydell Spidell and Ms. Jennifer Shields. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Madam President, Dr. Kellis, members of Cabinet, everybody watching, thanks for allowing me the opportunity. And I appreciate the reorganization of the agenda. I do appreciate that. And I do recognize the fact that this is, in fact, the only time the board gets to discuss important items, including policies. So I also appreciate that as well. So I will try to keep this brief. Just kind of in terms of audit summary, the external auditors, as you know, were hired by the district through a competitive proposal process. So the fiscal year 2020 financial statements was the 5th year of a 5-year contract. So this audit that you have before you tonight represents the end of that contract period. During this last year, obviously, there were a number of changes and challenges. And in fact, this past year, our audit team had very limited on-site field work. I believe last year we were working toward implementing new procedures to be able to do a lot of the work remotely. So that was somewhat fortuitous, if you will. But it actually it was a little bit more required this last year during the fact of the shutdown, school closures, limited staff on site. So I'd just like to take a minute. I know that Mr. Hicks already mentioned the number of staff hours that are put into the audit, and in particular, Ms. Wolf-Baumann and Ms. Spidell, they both put a lot of hard work into getting a lot of the information remotely and having good policies and procedures in place governing the data that the district retains on computerized servers and whatnot, made the process incredibly positive for both, I think, your staff as well as our staff. So it was a very successful endeavor. That being said, we are looking forward to hopefully getting back out on site in the future. So my huge thanks to staff. So there are 4 different reports that are issued, and you should have copies of all of them. The first is the communication to governance. There's a comprehensive annual financial report, a single audit reporting package, and then the Uniform System of Financial Records Compliance Questionnaire. And so I'll run through those briefly. The communication to governance is required by professional standards for us to communicate certain information between the external auditors and the governing board. And so up on the slides, you can see there's quite a few just bulleted items. I'll point out a couple of them, and in particular, I always like to point out that we had no difficulties that we encountered that we would need to communicate to the board, and there were no disagreements with management about accounting policies or procedures or anything like that. So those are very good. And then, of course, our firm, Heinfeld Meach, complied with all of the independence requirements that allow us to be your independent auditors. The comprehensive annual financial report is the district's financial statements. So it's a very long report. I have a copy of it in front of me. It's, I don't know, 148 pages. So you can read that at your leisure. But also, if you wanted to look at very specific information, I've highlighted some different page numbers that you might draw your attention to. The first and foremost is the fact that the district received an unmodified opinion. That's what we like to refer to as a clean opinion. And that's the best that you can do in terms of financial statement reporting. And then there's some other information. I've given you some page ranges. Management's discussion and analysis is particularly useful because it kind of tells sort of in story format and words what happened and what transpired over the last couple of years. How is the financial performance of the district compared to the past? And then, of course, you've got all sorts of other information throughout the rest of it. There's a lot of tables and figures in the statistical section, which kind of presents like a 10-year history of financial information for the district as well. And then the single audit reporting package, this is the report. It's much smaller in nature, and it has not very many numbers, but it has a lot of words. So this is the report that's required because the district is the recipient of a lot of federal dollars. And I'm sure, so last fiscal year, for fiscal year 20, the district expended over $18 million worth of federal dollars, which is a very sizable chunk. Of course, there's a lot of focus on federal expenditures, especially as we look toward the fact that there have been quite a number of different bills that have been enacted at the federal level. So a lot of additional federal expenditures are coming into the district. Last year, the major federal program that we tested was the child nutrition cluster. So the auditors are required to go through a process of risk assessment, and we rotate the largest federal programs. Just a little preview. Next year, we're going to be looking at things like ESSER and ESG and things like that, because those are brand new federal programs to the district. And so there's no opportunity for us to avoid looking at those. So those just, it's kind of like an open book audit over here. You know, those are the ones that we'll be looking at for the subsequent year. This report also goes over any what we refer to as specific audit findings. So there were no weaknesses in internal control over the financial statements that were required to be reported, but there was one weakness over the child nutrition cluster, so like your national school lunch and breakfast programs, that was required to be reported, and it related to a specific requirement that the federal government requires that the district perform procedures to verify that vendors are not suspended or debarred. So that particular issue was written up, and then also included in the report is management's response to that and what the corrective action plan is to remedy that deficiency. So that's also included in the report. In terms of timelines, all of the reports were issued within the required timelines. There's a 9-month deadline. So the financial statements that we're reporting on tonight are for the year ended June 30th, 2020. And ultimately, everything you can see, there's some different milestone dates that are required for various reports. And all of those were issued in a timely fashion. So there's no concerns with respect to that particular piece of the audit. And then lastly, I'll just sort of introduce this and step aside and let Ms. Fidel take over from here. But the uniform system of financial records is a compliance questionnaire that is issued by the Office of the Auditor General. And she's going to cover a little bit more about the specifics and the purpose of it and go over what the district's responses are to that.
Thank you, Ms. Shields. Madam President, members of the board, we are going to review next the specifics on the USFR results for the school district. As mentioned, the USFR covers various areas. There's about 20 different areas where the Uniform System for Financial Records outlines specific procedures that we must follow as it relates to budgeting, financial reporting, student attendance reporting, et cetera. And so we are required to follow all of those procedures within the USFR manual itself. And then the Auditor General extracts from that specific questions that are included in the USFR questionnaire. And so the materiality thresholds are not reviewed by the auditors in these instances. I believe I mentioned that in previous years, as far as it's either a yes or a no. And so they do review the process, they review the question, and then based on our procedures as a district, they determine whether that answer is a yes or no on the questionnaire. So you'll note there are 176 total questions on the USFR questionnaire. We did have 171 with yes answers, and there were 5 instances with no, 1 in accounting records, which can go into a little bit more detail, 1 in payroll, which included a personnel file, and then 3 within student attendance reporting for a 97.16% yes rate. And so I would like to point out that while we are pleased with this high percentage of yes, as Ms. Shields mentioned, we do as a school district, a public school district, undergo significant audits as it relates to other areas and program areas. For example, our student attendance reporting is reviewed by ADE in detail. Our nutrition programs are reviewed. Our federal programs could undergo program reviews. And so while this just provides an overview of the USFR compliance, there are other programmatic reviews that are done throughout the year for the school district. So I just wanted to point that out. So the next couple slides just go over in detail, and we did provide these for your review in advance, and so if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but just wanted to highlight this audit compliance summary. The format we've taken over the last few years is providing you the question that's on the questionnaire itself, what the auditor comments noted, so what was that instance of noncompliance, and give a little bit of background on it, and then what district action have we taken. So when we do receive the auditor comments, we do within our finance department dole all those questions out to the individual departments that are responsible for those areas and really get what their corrective action that they've taken to address those. We also provide for historical reference 5 years past reference whether or not that's been a finding, and so is that a continued problem that we need to address? Was it just a clerical error maybe in this one instance? And so it helps us to address what the corrective action we need to take moving forward. And this next page is just the ongoing we had a total of 3 student attendance reports, so that's the 3 behind those. And then as Ms. Shields mentioned, there was a child nutrition cluster finding in the single audit area. And so it notes there the district corrective action taken that was done. And so at this point, this just provides a summary context of the information. And so I'd be happy to go over any questions. We did provide this in advance. And so if you have anything, I'd be happy to answer those.
I just one quick question. Well, first off, thank you, Ms. Shields. It's great to see you again. And then Ms. Spidell, the one that I just have just a question, it's because of the child nutrition cluster, and it's been no for 5 years, and now it's no again. So, right? Am I reading
Madam
it wrong?
President, members, it was not a finding in any of the previous fiscal years, and so this is the first time that it is a finding now.
I'm reading it backwards. Okay, never mind. The one that was it the person? No, yes, okay, never mind. I was looking at something wrong. Student attendance, there's always, you're never going to get a perfect. You are not.
Last year I had 5, so I was happy with my 3, but still, it is an ongoing, and I know we've had conversations in the past with it being just really so decentralized and being overseen by so many different folks at the individual school sites. While our student information systems team has done a great job of setting just some parameters and giving reporting requirements for them, it is sometimes a training issue, which I know that they are still going through and addressing. I know our SIS team has started up again our school reviews, and so those had to be put on pause this past year, but they're going back out again to the schools and giving those sites where they identify need a little bit more assistance, they're ensuring that they're getting the appropriate training.
Yeah, it's just hard to get perfect student attendance. So, but yeah, I thank you for everything that you've put into it and the extra training that is needed. And but to have 5 no's out of that's a great percentage, and it takes a lot of work in order to do that too. So, thank you.
I have a question regarding the payroll piece, just to clarify. The For the 2 of the 5 personnel files reviewed, the file did not contain the background investigation form. That doesn't mean the background investigation wasn't done, right? It was just the form wasn't in the proper place.
That is correct. I think at that time, our HR department was managing the retention of that a little bit differently than they are now, so now it is centralized in that one file, but at the time it was located outside, and so that doesn't mean it wasn't done, it just is not retained in that one centralized location.
Okay, okay, thank you.
There's a reason why they call it USFR. You suffer.
You suffer.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
But we need to pass it. We need to vote on it.
Motion by Tracy Stewart-Stinkbill, motion, or seconded by me. Motion passes. Thank you.
Oh, do we need to refresh then?
Motion passes. So are we resuming then G2? Okay. And we were on section 3. Anything else in section 3? I'm not sure which one we left off on now.
It was the 3.2 and the 3.4 is what we were discussing, and talking about the date, or not the date, the month or the time frame.
Yeah, and then we went through 3.3. I think we're done with those now. I think we ended with 3.4, so 3.2, 3.4 are going to be brought back. And that's the last I remember.
Yeah. Okay.
And then 3.5 is eliminated, right? Okay. So moving on to section 4.
Madam President, under the elimination of policy governance, anything relating to executive limitations was removed. And there was such a large number of sections relating to school finance and other resources that the section was renamed from executive limitations to district
Resource management.
or resource management. So under resource management, each of these subsections references statutory requirements relating to the operations of our basically the district budget.
Thank you. And I'll open it up for a discussion on section 4.
I didn't have anything.
I don't have anything either. I'm just going to wait for Ms. Chaffin to get back.
Madam President, while we're waiting, I'll just give some explanation of the process that went into these revisions. Based on the board's last study session where we received feedback, that direction was taken into account. And then we looked at current statute. One thing that you will notice on all these policies that you will see a Arizona Revised Statute reference. And so we tried to identify any policy that did not have a statutory reference and either eliminate it or group it under something that was related. We divided this up among all the members of cabinet based on the areas of specialty, and then we went back and looked at the ASBA policies, the current policies, the statute, and then our practice. And some of the things that we identified were easily reallocated into other sections to better align them to the topics, and then others were just good judgment decisions that were recommended. So with that, we can continue.
Thank you. Do you have any discussion or feedback on section 4? Okay. I think we're good to move to section 5 then. All right, moving to section 5. And that is support services. I'll open it up for any discussion or comments. I don't think I have anything in there either. Oh, wait a minute. Was it? Can you clarify the red line on superintendent and change to district and what that means?
Madam President, do you have a specific reference?
I'm just going to throw one out. Section 5.2, when it speaks to pest control application.
Madam President, the feedback from the board at the last study session to redirect the policy governance, which was very much ends and means, and everything was worded pretty much in that the superintendent shall not fail to blank, blank, blank. And as we went through this, there was the intent to take the language out that was consistent with the superintendent shall not fail. Anytime that that was there, we put the reference to the district shall. And in this case, this is an example where multiple times it says the superintendent may, and it was just changed to the district may to maintain the consistency from the changes of the superintendent shall not fail to, whereas it says the district shall. We made these changes here as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving to section 6. And that is facilities development.
Not much in, oh, he left. Not much in his department here, there.
Madam President, also, if I could, just many of the changes that were more recently made throughout the year are now starting to show in these later sections. So, for example, 6.2 naming of facilities, that was one that was more recently brought forward, which the board had recently changed. So some of these are still pretty fresh, even though that they're being brought back again just a few months later.
Okay. I'm guessing no one has anything on section 6. Okay. Moving to section 7, personnel. That was pretty easy. Trying to give people some time to scan it just to make sure they don't have something. So if you know you don't have something, tell me.
I don't. I don't.
Okay, okay. All right. All right. And I'm sorry, that was 7, right? So we're on section 8.
It's okay.
Meet and confer. We're almost there.
I don't have anything. No, I'm good.
Okay.
Okay.
Woo.
All right. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yay, we did it. Going to information item G3 for the 2021-2022 Dysart K-8 online update. Dr. Kellis.
Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet, this evening, administration will present information on plans for addressing online instruction for students in grades K through 8 next school year. And I'll let Dr. Pulling introduce this item.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Kellis, cabinet. It's my pleasure to present tonight with Dana Kay, Director of Pre-K-8 Curriculum and Instruction Assessment. We're excited to present Dysart K-8 online tonight. As you know, throughout this COVID year, we have had remote learning option for parents at K-8. And we worked hard last summer to quickly pull that together so parents had an at-home option. And in general, between our schools, we had anywhere from 15 to 25% of students in our schools select that option. And so it was a sizable number. Probably about 3,400 students in all this year were in remote learning. And we made some changes to that remote learning as we learned and grew throughout the year. And we wanted to come together to create a more distinct, separate program that would be a more quality experience and offer it to parents. We do believe more families will probably be back in person learning in the fall. We expect smaller numbers, but that's yet to be determined. So we will give an overview and some specifics, and we'll take any questions. So it'll be a excellent program for students and their families to engage in online learning. We will have a consistent schedule 8:15 to 3 o'clock across the district so that we can better coordinate related services and specials and whatnot. And students will have their core classes plus art and PE, and Florida Virtual will be the online curricular resource.
All righty. Good evening, Madam President, governing board members, Dr. Kellis and cabinet. Super excited to talk about Dysart K-8 online. It will be taught by Dysart teachers. Their only responsibility will be to teach the online students. So like we started earlier in the year, they had both in person and online. They will only have online students. Our goal is for teachers to teach only one grade level or content area. So 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, there may be one math teacher that teaches 6th, 7th, and 8th grade only their content. Dysart K-8 online teachers will teach from a classroom, and students, of course, can access their learning from anywhere. And instruction will follow grade level pacing and small group instruction. We'll go into more specific in just a little bit. We still want these students to be able to participate in extracurricular activities, so they can attend any before or after school activity or sport of their home or open enrolled school. Of course, they must attend these in person. So now for the exciting part, what would the day look like? So really, there's 3 parts to the day. There is a huddle, which will be required. There's a live lesson, which will be required. And then there's Dysart learning time. So this is just a sample schedule, but every day kids would attend for about 15 minutes to 30 minutes a huddle. This is a time where kids that are online can get to see each other, get to know the teacher, and feel like they're part of a class, as well as the teacher allowing time to talk about the goals of the week, as well as the goals for the day. The live lesson, this is where the teacher will be teaching, and we're going to designate 30 minutes for math, 30 minutes for language arts, and 30 minutes for science and social studies. We realize that our students do need that interaction with the teacher and that learning from the teacher, and so we're going to provide that opportunity of time. The rest of the day, they still get their lunch, they still get their specials, but the Dysart learning time is the exciting part. This is where students get to work online independently through Florida Virtual, but the teacher will be calling certain students to small group instruction. This may be to enrich, or this may be to remediate and go over skills they may not have had. So this is just what a typical day could look like. I think we learned so much from this year and realized it's great for them to be online and be able to work by themselves independently, but still be part of that class and also get that live teaching from the teacher. So we felt like this kind of hit the best of both worlds. Moving on, we know that some of our students were very successful online learning, but some definitely struggled, and we wanted to place some criteria in place for our K-8 students for next year to help more students be successful. So the criteria that we have talked about is that the final grade on the report card is a passing grade in both math and reading for the 2021 school year. So for students to be able to enroll in Dysart K-8 online, they would have to be passing both math and reading at the end of this school year. Students are being promoted to the next grade level and are not being retained for the 21-22 school year. If applicable, IEP team approval, so Corey knows that teams would be able to meet and be able to talk about that kids with IEPs. Some of them would still be able to attend if it meets their needs. And also passing grades quarterly in both math and reading to continue enrollment. So again, putting just things in place to what we learned and try to make it really successful for our students. The next steps, tomorrow, April 15th, we're gonna go live and share that with K-8 parents via Infinite Campus and social media. So everything that we're sharing with you about Dysart K-8 online will be shared with our families. And then Dr. Poling and I are super excited about April 19th. We're gonna do a Facebook Live, go into a little bit more detail about it, and then we're gonna open the enrollment process so that our families can join us if they would like. So that's the end of our presentation. Any questions for Dr. Poling?
Wow, you shifted that really quick.
I have a question. Smooth move, by the way. Nice one.
Lady.
So back in the schedule, why are science and social studies lumped together? I feel like they should be two different sections instead of just 15 minutes on each or every other day.
Sure. So with usually the K-5, it usually winds up being where they teach a unit, they finish the unit, and then go to the next subject in the unit. If it is the content, it would probably only be that content. That teacher may just be teaching that. So again, it's very flexible. We also talked about flexibility in the K-1. We may need some more time in language arts in the beginning of the year. So just really depending on your class, your kids, your needs, and your grade level. So this is flexible.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
And it's really a teacher flexibility. A teacher can decide, here's a schedule, here's what I want to do. They really have the autonomy to say, here's what the unit needs, here's what my kids need. So these are just suggestions for the teacher.
Okay, I guess my concern is I've seen how it works when there's only 3 teachers. There's a reading teacher, a math teacher, and then a science teacher, and then they're supposed to do social studies the last half hour of the day, and it never gets done. So I guess that's my biggest concern, is making sure that science and social studies have equal importance with the other subject levels.
Absolutely, and it would. Again, this is just a sample, but we really wanted to outline that there needs to be dedicated time to every subject every day was our point in the way we did that. We agree with you,
Yes,
though, on
thank you.
social studies.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I'm excited that there's some structure around it for next year. As far as though staffing, like so now, and I'm glad too that teachers can just focus on online or in person rather than having to juggle both. But what does that mean? Does that mean we're going to have like double the staffing, which obviously we can't probably.
When HR did their enrollment projections for next year, they projected based on the total number of students. Like I said, right now we had 15 to 25% of students in remote learning. So they did based on the total number. And so the staffing, the ratios are already in place for each school. And so we would work with each school on the number of students they have signed up for online learning, and then work with HR on a process to make sure that teachers that are already in the school are assigned to those.
Okay, so it's not like it's going to be an impact to the budget? Anyway, okay.
No, we're already staffed at our enrollment numbers, what our projections are, and we're staying with those projections.
Oh, that's good. And then just for clarification, so other than if a student is called for small group, and then other than that hour and a half of live lesson, are students pretty much on their own?
They would be, yes, that's correct. And that's what parents are choosing this online learning for, to be on their own. They will follow through on the Florida virtual curriculum, as well as the teacher. And that's why, to me, the huddle is so important, because the teacher is going to set the tone for the day of the things that the students need to do, as well as the goals for the end of the week of the things they need to accomplish, and also things that they could do if they finish their work for the week.
So then, and I don't remember, on the schedule, was there something at the end, like was there another like check-in later in the day?
There was a check-in right after lunch is the way we were doing it. Because what we found from this year is that parents really wanted that autonomy to have their day and be able to do the learning when they chose to do it.
Did you guys consider having like a check-in at the end of the day, just to have another opportunity for students and teachers to connect, whether it be, hey, I want to make sure you're still with us for the day, or another opportunity to ask any questions before the day's done and teacher's not available anymore?
And that's why we did do the check-in right after lunch, is what the team was thinking. But as well, remember, just like any teacher, there's email and there's definitely time before or after school if a student needs help, that the teacher is available to provide that opportunity for them as well.
So what's your feel on the fact, because I know like through the online learning, the biggest, other than Florida Virtual, unfortunately I haven't heard a lot of good feedback from some people with that style, that model. And so incorporating that either level of difficulty or just level of adjustment that just wasn't working for some students. I know for some it was great. And the fact that then we were losing track of kids, like kids either, there was that learning loss because for some of them, they either just weren't getting it on their own or they weren't attending, they're following a schedule they should. How are we going to make sure that we're not having a repeat of this year where we're, especially for the younger kids, you know, K-8, that we're not going to have a repeat where these kids just kind of get lost, or they're really not, especially for two working like parent families where they're on their own. I mean, I suppose you're going to capture them because if their grades fall, obviously they can't do it. But once their grades fall, it's too late as far as just kind of trying to set them up for success.
I think the criteria that we're putting in place is going to help that. So the kids that were unsuccessful this year, we're saying you're not going to be in Dysart K-8 online, which I think will help kids get back into the classroom, as well as keeping that criteria in place for the whole year. I think that the small group instruction will help catch those kids up with the teacher. And I think what we really missed too was these live lessons and really making sure that the kids are getting that teaching. So Florida Virtual is a resource, but teachers need to teach the standards. And so this gives them an opportunity to engage students in that learning. And then the Florida Virtual curriculum allows them to independently work after that.
Do you feel confident that just that one live lesson, just once a day, is going to be satisfactory to meet?
That's something we'll certainly monitor and see, you know, talking with teachers, is that working, how's it working? And certainly the teachers are setting their schedules, so we will work with them to make adjustments as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Just one question, and I believe you said that they need to be passing math and reading this year in order to do it for next year. We're holding true to that? Okay.
Madam President, Ms. Sarasingbe, I would add a caveat to that, that if the conditions in the world change and we have another form of pandemic or whatnot, obviously we would monitor and adjust, but the intent here is that this is not a COVID relief plan.
No.
This is an option for those who can be successful online and want that as a choice.
I guess something I am concerned about is how flexible can we be with families who maybe enroll in the online K through 8, say just for instance have a kindergartner. and one of the parents is at home. And then their life situation changes and where the other parent needs to become employed. Something at home changes where they can't be home. So are we allowing for opportunities to enroll for in-person, or do we cut them off at a certain point? I mean, how do we manage that?
Sure, so what we were saying is that we were going to allow movement at the end of each quarter.
Okay.
So right now, they're kind of coming and going, and it's been very difficult on the learning of the students and the teacher.
Right.
But we thought if we can finish a quarter, close grades, and then we're gonna give them 3 to 4 days to make their decision if they wanna move from brick and mortar back to online or online back to brick and mortar. So there'd be a 3 to 4 day window right after the quarter that they can move back.
Okay. And that's the only opportunity? I mean, if they had a family emergency though, or what would a
I'm
family
sure
be
there's
looking at?
Yeah, I mean, certainly we would listen to and see what was going on, but with the families, what their needs are. But we are trying to provide more structure, so
Right.
it's not so fluid. I'm not exaggerating when we'd have families say, well, we need to go out of town for 2 weeks, want to switch to high school for 2 weeks, then come back, and it was truly
I totally
truly
understand,
chaotic. And this will be a much more distinct, separate program, and so it will be a significant move to go, back
Right.
and forth.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have another question. Do we have intervention steps set for students who are not passing their classes? Like, so if, student A is passing math and reading right now, and they pass first quarter, but they don't pass second quarter, does that mean third quarter they move back to online, or do we give them another quarter to bring it up? How does that work?
I think we'd have to kind of work through that next year as well. Everything's so dependent on the student and the class and what's going on, and also other things that are going on in their lives. So I think there's definitely room for discussion depending on the student.
Okay, because I know that's been one of the concerns this year is just students, a lot of online students, people who chose to be online are just failing, and teachers are going, I'm here, I'm ready to help you, and then there's no consequence, there's no intervention or continuity, and that child just is lost. So I guess that's another concern.
Absolutely, that has been a challenge this year, for sure.
So what's the answer to that challenge?
Just the more structure, and so again, having enrollment criteria to get in, and then have a dedicated teacher, and that teacher also has the support of the principal, assistant principal, social worker, so it's still a team approach. And yes, there's interventionists available and some more support, but definitely just making it more structured and more supportive for students, we feel like will be helpful. At the same time, we've had principals tell stories of they're going knocking on doors of these students who've disappeared and they still can't get people, and they make weekly calls and letters, and our staff are making tremendous efforts to reach out to these students who have kind of ghosted us is the term that just came up. And so we'll continue to make extensive efforts, but for sure there are some students who have just, for whatever reason, are not checking in, and we cannot get a hold of them.
So how long do we let them fail before we require them to go back to brick and mortar?
Right now we're saying quarterly.
Okay, so if they fail first quarter, second quarter, we say,
You
nope,
come
you
back.
gotta go back
Yeah.
to school.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So right after the quarter ends, that next week they have they either have the opportunity to move back and forth, or that would be something that we will move them back and forth.
Okay, because right now I feel like I just kind of got conflicting answers. You said they have the opportunity to go back and forth, but I want to make sure that if a student fails for an entire quarter, we're not just going to let them keep failing second
Correct.
quarter and
That's
third
correct.
quarter. We are saying, no, you agreed to this, you fail first quarter, you are going back in person. That is what our district is saying.
That's correct.
Yes.
Because it's just,
Madam
I feel
President,
like
Ms. Chaffin, I think the ambiguity there is with the two questions. Madam President Densmore asked if there's a life change in the family situation, can they opt to move? And the other is, if they're failing, they don't have that option. They would be moved.
Okay, because that was my question, is if they are failing, if they are clearly failing, if they fall to like a D or an F, are we going to require that they go back to in person at the quarter change?
Yes.
We're not just giving them the option saying, okay, it's all right.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I wonder, do we have maybe, have you guys considered having like almost like a little contract that the student and the parents all kind of sign, like, so they know right up front, if I'm failing at the quarter, I'm definitely moving back. It's not even like we'll conference about it. Like have you guys thought of that?
So what we have talked about is at the start of the school year, having a parent meeting as well as a student meeting so that everyone's on board and understands this. Because it's one thing to have Facebook Live in April, but we want to hit them right when school starts, letting them know exactly what it's going to look like, sound like, so that we're all on the same page and we start off because we want all of our kids to be successful. So yes, it is in the planning stages.
That's good. And just
Thank you.
to clarify on Ms. Chaffin's question, so if they fail first quarter and then they are required to go back to brick and mortar, if they pass second quarter, they're not allowed to go back to at home, right? They're required to stay in brick and mortar for the rest of the year?
Yeah, that would be my feeling. The goal is to get them back in school.
Really?
We do. The vast majority of students are more successful in the classroom. We've seen that this year. So.
And just to
would be
ensure
the
that we
goal.
don't have to flip-flop our staffing model constantly.
Right.
Correct.
Too.
Correct.
So once they're put back into school, then they don't have the option to go back to online, is what you're saying?
For that year?
Madam President, Mr. Pritchard, to the old adage, never say never. But that's the intent.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Next, we have item G4, the update on Dysart's COVID protocol and mitigation plan. Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet. In our ongoing communication and shared dialogue with the board, Mr. Dean will introduce this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the governing board, Dr. Kellis, and members of cabinet. This evening, we provide information to the governing board on our regular protocol updates that we have brought to the board the last meetings or so. And we will start with asking for the slide to be advanced.
Ooh, slide. Ooh.
So the first piece that we would like to just make the board aware of is a change in our school lunch protocol with Southwest Foods. And the change involves two pieces. The first is that they are moving the milk cooler location back to its normal let me rephrase that, back to its pre-COVID location. And so it has been placed back to its normal place, as well as a change in the distribution of milk. Students now take their own milk from the cooler as opposed to having a milk set on their tray for them. And so that's the first change in our school lunch protocol. And then additionally, again, moving back towards a more normal feeding operation, and that is that wrapped items will be placed on a tray rather than in a bag. Everything had been put into a bag previously. Now it will be placed on a tray, again, as we look to get back to some more a semblance of a normal operations with food service. And so those are two changes the Southwest has made that we wanted to make sure that we updated the board on. Let me go back to the very first page, and that is the cases web page pause. As the board is aware, we have a case update page on our website. It's dysart.org/cases. And on that site, by school, it lists the number of cases, active cases at one given time. We have been updating that page twice a week. As of today, there were a total of 6 cases. There are 0 cases at the elementary school, and the 6 cases are currently at the high school. Between the months of January and April, we saw an 84% decrease in the views to that web page. And between March and April, we've seen a 43% decrease in views to that page. What we are recommending this evening is placing a pause on continued case updates at this point in time for the last 4 to 5 weeks of the school year. And we're asking the board to weigh in on that recommended pause. And so we'll pause at this point in time to have dialogue regarding the recommendation.
So the school lunch, I'm assuming everything that we're doing is probably in align with the CDC guidelines, or that recommendation came from somewhere, obviously, or is that, where did that come from?
Madam President, Member Pritchard, so the case web page that we have was not a directive of the CDC. It was something that we did as a community effort to provide transparency in terms of the number of active cases at our school. As the board will remember, we have quarantined many thousands and thousands and thousands of students as a precaution as it related to our case aspects. And so, yes, you are correct that the protocols that we still have in place are aligned with CDC and or Arizona Department of Health Services, Maricopa County Department of Health Services. What we are recommending at this point in time, because the case numbers have become so small, is just pausing that. And we've seen that small number for a number of weeks at this point in time. Our staff cases are, I believe Mr. Croto reported yesterday that we had 0 staff cases. And our student cases are anywhere between 3, 4, 5, and 6 in a given week. And so rather than continually updating that piece, we're just recommending just placing a pause on that page and hoping that we don't have to return to a time where the numbers start to grow to the point where we would need to revisit starting that page again twice a week.
And I'm so sorry. The CDC question, that was in regard to the food handling.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's my fault. You were supposed to read my mind.
Yeah, no worries whatsoever. So I just gave you a long answer that had nothing to do with your question.
Well, no, I did have a.
That's one of my specialties, by the way. Yeah.
I'm interested in why we're.
We can
pausing,
talk all day.
But the food handling thing, is that something that they're saying we don't have to worry about all the excessive touching as much anymore because the cases are lower?
So the one thing that the CDC has come out strongly and indicated is that the possibility of getting COVID-19 through transference of objects is very, very low. And so certainly Southwest Food Services would not have made that recommendation or made that change had that not been in accordance with that.
Okay, and then the pause, is there just a lot of manpower that goes into updating that
There
site?
is. There's a lot of manpower. We continue to collect the information. We continue to provide that information to the county as we're required to do. But yes, for the number of cases that we have at this point in time, the manpower involved is not equal to the current task.
And obviously, if cases started soaring again, we would go back to. Okay.
We certainly would.
Thanks.
Yep. So,
I'm fine with
any other aspects of conversation as it relates either to the lunch piece or the web page pause? Madam President.
So with the web page pause, we will still have a web page?
We will still have a web page.
With COVID information?
Yes, the web page will not go away. It will be updated to indicate that we have paused it due to a very low case number threshold. And yes, all of our information related to COVID, our COVID protocols, they will remain.
Okay. Would it be
we do look
possible-
forward, by the way, to the day when we can get rid of those.
Well, yeah. Would it be possible just to have a generic email address so that if someone did have, because I guess, where my brain is if someone is utilizing the online services and maybe they're nervous about going to in person, if they wanted to keep up on that themselves, could they email and get the information?
They
about
certainly
their
could.
specific school site?
They certainly could. They could also contact their site. Their site would be, their site would be able to provide that information as well.
Okay, so would you maybe just direct them to their school site
Yes,
then?
and that's a very easy statement on a website.
blurb,
Absolutely.
Okay. Perfect.
Any other conversation with the board on these two items? We have one more to quickly discuss. Let me rephrase that. We have one more to discuss. And that is masks. The slide is titled incorrectly. We did speak last time about masks during exercise, but this is just masks in general. Our recommendation is to continue the mask protocol, to keep that in place through the end of the school year. And then we would revisit this conversation for summer school and for next school year as well. However, with 26 days of school remaining, it is our recommendation that we continue to stay in accordance with those policies that have guided us thus far and keep our mask protocols in place.
In light of the parents and individuals that went down to the state and the 11,000 signatures that they had presented. How much pushback have we received with regarding the masks?
Madam President, Member Sawyer-Sinkbill, we have received a few emails, either to the superintendent's box or to student services. We have responded to those. By and large, parents have understood that our protocols are remaining in place for the last few days of school, the last few weeks of school. Those parents that have chosen not or choose not to comply with our protocols through the end of the school year, we offer them the online option as well. We are not denying any of our students to attend school. We are providing options for them should they not choose to comply for the remainder of the school year.
Okay, because the air of the environment that was down there, and, you know, parents have every right to withdraw their children, but there were several that were down there stating that if their voices were not met, then they were going to go ahead and withdraw their students from their particular schools.
We have not seen a large amount of withdrawals from our school system. I would also echo that this recommendation to continue through the end of the school year is in line with district and charter schools throughout the state.
Okay. Thank you.
However, we will revisit this topic again as it pertains to summer school and heading into next school year.
Since you left it on the header, you know, the masks during exercise, I just want to clarify that is for exercise and recess, right?
Madam President, specifically, we spoke with our schools about recess and PE. And those were the two areas that, of specific examples that we provided to our schools. And certainly if students are exerting themselves during recess, which we would hope they would do, it's an opportunity for exercise, then they should not be wearing masks during that time.
But if they're not exerting themselves, are they, because I'm also thinking not just K-8, but like high school, their recess is like during their lunch time, and they have free time, whatever. If it's during that time and they're not eating or they're not running around, then even though it's considered recess, is the expectation that they keep their masks on?
Madam President, Member Pritchard, we would hope that our high school kids were not running around during recess, as you stated, you know, during lunch.
They play football and stuff.
Right,
You know?
exactly. Exactly. We, our high school administrators and our security guards do their best to continue to ask students to comply with masks. Our high school students have done a tremendous job during the school year. We found very early that they were willing to comply with any of our requests, so just so they could stay in school. And so they continue to do that. I've seen students in hallways playing the xylophone with no one else around. No one within 10 feet of them, and they've had masks on. And so they've done a tremendous job with that. I will tell you that we do have students when they're outside during lunch who take their masks off occasionally and talk with other students. Our administration and security do the best they can to continue to try to police that.
Unless you're eating or you're
yeah,
running,
if you're eating, drinking,
have it down.
you know.
Otherwise, it's on.
Correct.
I-
That would be what the protocol would be.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. And I do want, because you brought up a good point, and I'm just very, beyond impressed, especially also at the maturity level as well at such a young age. But you're right, I've seen in the high schools where students wear their masks all the time. And I was at a game, and there were students who, it was Spirit Line, and they were told, obviously, if you're exercising, you don't have to have it up. And there were times when they still wore their masks, and I asked my daughter about it afterwards, and I'm like, just curious. I said, so, you know, you could have had it down if you were getting, you know, like it was hard to breathe, whatever, when you're exercising. And she's like, you know, we talked about it, but we just feel safer. Like, we just prefer to, like, we're fine, like, to have it on, especially if it's like little things that they're doing. But I thought, wow, you would think that, I just think the maturity level of some of these kids, and you figure freshmen can be, what, 14 years old even? You know, having the wherewithal to be like, you know, in a pandemic, I'm going to do my part. I feel safe. It's kind of ingrained. And I don't know, that just struck me as very, like I said, I was very impressed by our young students.
Very good. Very
Safety is
good.
definitely a priority for them. And like you said, they want to stay in school and they're doing their part. So good for them.
Any other questions as it relates to our COVID protocol update for the evening? Or answers? We'll take answers too.
You'll take answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, moving to item H1. No.
H2.
Sorry. All right, moving to item H2, Dr. Kellis.
Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet, this evening, Mr. Croto will introduce this item.
Thank you, Dr. Kellis. Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Kellis, cabinet, and guests. Tonight we're going to talk about revising our pay for performance, our 301 plan for the 2020-21 school year. So the plan that you already have approved and actually revised once before, we are in need of revising that again. A little background on that: on March 18th of this year, Governor Doug Ducey signed a Senate Bill 1165 into law. That SB 1165 provided an emergency measure that exempts school districts from conducting performance evaluations of teachers and principals for this school year, the 2021 school year. In addition, it states that a regular evaluation for effectiveness in the 2021 school year is not required for a teacher to be eligible to receive performance pay from the Classroom Site Fund. As a district, I want to assure you that we have and will complete all evaluations. By the time that the governor signed this, we pretty much were 99.9% complete with all our evaluations anyway. So we have gone forward and completed all our evaluations. However, in our current format, we will not have the ability to calculate the effectiveness classifications for the teacher. So that's the highly effective, the effective, the developing, and the ineffective classifications. So the problem is that currently our 301 performance plan allocates about 33% of the funding in the plan to all of our eligible employees based on their effectiveness classification. The 301 committee got together, which is comprised of our DEA representatives, administration, and brought forth a recommendation to one of the following options for the governing board to consider to replace that 33%. Option one is that all eligible employees receive 33% of the performance pay for the effectiveness component based on the passing of Senate Bill 1165. What does that mean? Senate Bill 1165 gives the governing board the opportunity to say we're going to give them the 33%. Does not need to be tied to their effectiveness classification or to an evaluation. The governor signed that bill. We have the ability to do that. That is option one. Option two is that all eligible employees receive performance pay based on their ratings in domains 1 through 3 of their final professional practice ratings report. So of their evaluation, there are a set of domains that each teacher is evaluated on. We would score those as the following. So if they received a distinguished in one of the performance indicators in the domain, they would get 3 points. Proficient, 2 points, and so on. We would add up all those totals, divide by the total number, and it gives us a percentage. In those percentages, the payout of the 33% would be as follows. If they received a 75% to 100%, they would receive 100% of the allocated funds. If they were in the category of 60 to 74%, also 100% of the funds. 26 to 59%, 80% of the funds, and 0 to 25%, 0% of the funds. In anticipation of a question you may ask, why are the first two categories 100%? Those are in line with the current effectiveness classifications. If you look on the plan that's already approved, the highly effective and the effective both receive 100%. So the committee felt it was necessary to align those percentages to the current effectiveness classification payouts. So that's why you see those percentages there. It's important to note here too that currently we have employees on the alternative performance evaluation cycle. So they were 3 years of highly effective and they went to the alternative performance cycle. If they are on that alternative performance cycle currently, then they will receive 100% in option two. Option 3 that's coming before you is that all eligible employees receive the 33% pay for the performance plan based on completing 5 sessions of tutoring students before, during, or after school between tomorrow, April 15th, and May 20th, 21. So only a few weeks left there. This would be something additional that the teachers would need to complete in order to receive that 33%. So with that, that's covering that a little quickly. I know you had it ahead of time. I'll be glad to answer any questions or help in a discussion of which way the board would like to go.
Mr. Croto, you had already answered one of my questions, and that was with the 100%. What of the 3 options have these options, you know, I know that they've come before the board tonight, but does the teaching staff know about these 3 options?
Madam President, Member Sawyer-Sinkbill, yes, on the 301 committee, the way we comprise this every year, we have a 301 committee from representatives from those groups. So this plan went to that committee, had a discussion, and this is the recommendations that the committee has come forth with.
So I'm going to ask you, which ones did they happen to lean towards?
The committee is leaning towards option 1, obviously, first. They felt that, you know, it's been a very tough year. Our staff has done an amazing job with getting through the year and doing all that. So option 1 was their first one, and option 2 would be their second choice. So that is what the committee brought forward.
Thank you for your honesty.
You're welcome.
I'm more partial myself to option 2 because it really is kind of more pay for performance since it is based off of their eval. Those are my thoughts.
Can I ask you, what does it take to remain on the alternative performance evaluation cycle?
What needs to remain?
Yeah, as far as, like, is there some criteria to remain eligible for that particular evaluation cycle? You said being highly effective for 3 years will get you that option. I'm just wondering, and that'll always get you 100% of the funding or the.
And they have continuous evaluations still on that, so they have to have a performance at a certain level in order to maintain that as they go through.
I would agree with Crystal. My preference is 2, only because I still think people should, you know, they should be rewarded for their performance, and I think it's something that keeps them motivated to do their best, and I just think that's a fair, and it's in line with what we used to do. So I'm glad to hear that employees weren't necessarily looking into option 3. I'm thinking, okay, I'm dividing that out. I'm dividing that lump sum out by 5 hours. It's like, that's a pretty big hourly salary for, what was it, like $180 an hour or something that would come to. So that's nice. I mean, because it's like, that's a little bit, that's far off from what we typically do. So.
And with that, it's also stressful at this time with just a few weeks of school left, and they're trying to close it down and do all that. So I would agree with you.
I just have a quick question, and I probably already know. Is it state law as to the positions that are not eligible for this plan? Is that per state law?
Madam President, Member Grant, yes, it is state law. It's by funding codes, and Mr. Hicks can do that. But currently, employees that are eligible have to be paid out of a 2100 code, which all our teachers are paid out of that. But Mr. Hicks can explain in more detail because he is the financial guru. But yes, there are laws that dictate who can and who cannot be paid out of the classroom site fund.
Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Croto, sorry for interrupting. Yes, the Classroom Site Fund was created when Prop 301 was passed 20 years ago. And in that was currently, and we're still living under those rules, is you have to be instructional. You have to teach in the classroom. So it's very limited right now. There was a bill that was just passed, SB 1139, that was collapsing the buckets, and it also expanded who was eligible. So it included, as Mr. Croto was mentioning, anybody coded to the 2100s as well. So it added anybody that's in the student support services area. And so from our USFR coding, so it specifically references that. So that means guidance counselors, OTs, PTs, SLPs, psychs, social workers are all now eligible if they would like to be part of the plan.
I thought they were not, I thought they were listed on the not eligible list.
Yes.
That is for the current plan. That is for the current plan that you have adopted for this year. Moving forward, starting next year's plan, which we will probably intend to bring to you at a governing board meeting in May, those new rules will apply for the new plan.
Okay.
But that plan is in development. We will bring that to you for your input and for your approval in the future.
Yeah, with the new bill changing, now they'll be eligible.
I do have another question on the equivalent eligible out of the M&O funds. It says Dean of Students. Do we have a dean, or are those like principals?
Madam President, Member Chaffin, yes, we do have teachers on assignment, Dean of Students. We currently have one in our district, and that is at Asante Preparatory Academy. We have staffing models, if you remember, that you approved a couple meetings ago for the new district staffing. So it's based on the number of students in the school, whether they receive no help for the principal, a dean of students, or an assistant principal, and that's based off the staffing numbers.
Staffing numbers are student numbers?
Sorry. Yes, student numbers, sorry. Thank you for the correction. Student numbers. Population, student population at the school.
I'm okay with either option 1 or option 2. I do agree with that option 3 would be just a little too much to work on for the rest of the school year. And since there's no option 4, yes, option 1 or 2 I'm fine with, more than fine with.
And just so I understand, option 1, that's just giving the money. No, it's not tied to any accountability or any criteria. It's just everyone gets the 33%, no matter what.
Madam President, Member Pritchard, that is correct. There's nothing tied to option number 1.
Can you remind me when the funds are paid out from this?
Madam President, we believe that's July. We can look that up and let you know.
I guess where I'm going with that is if someone were to, say, not have signed their contract, would they still be eligible to receive the 301 funds?
Madam President, they are still eligible. It's based off the past year, so they are still eligible for these funds.
Okay. I'm leaning towards option 2 as well. I think that option 3 is way too much to ask of our staff towards the end of the year. I agree that they've worked really hard and they've had a lot of things thrown at them. And I just think that now is the time to kick their feet up a little bit and start relaxing and getting ready for summer. After the test season anyway. But yeah, I would go with option 2. Motion? Anybody? All right, so I will motion to approve the revision for the district's pay for performance plan for eligible certificated staff for the 2020-2021 school year with option 2.
Second?
Do you need me to reword that at all? Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Nothing. Okay, so can you give me a verbal?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
I ask everyone after the vote, if everyone can refresh, please.
Oh, I already did.
Yeah, motion passes.
I think it's a sign we've been here too long.
I can make sure you have action discussion 7 and 8 added to your agenda.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, we're on H4.
Mhm.
Okay. Moving to item H4, Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet. Mr. Hicks will present this item.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Kellis, colleagues, and community members. I'm very happy to present on results-based funding here tonight. Now, this will go pretty quick just because this is almost exactly like it was last year. Dollar amounts are changing a little bit, so I'll hit on that and one other part. But it is based on the spring 2019 test, and so we didn't receive the funding or a notification of it until about January. And so we're bringing it here tonight, but I'm not sure about funding for next year or if there's any statutorial change for next year's because they won't have AZ Merit to look at this and provide this. So this was legislation passed a few years ago that provided additional funding to those eligible schools. The formula is on the next 4 slides, and so really you get a dollar amount based on if you're in the top 13%, or 20% if you're a free and reduced school above 60%, or just statewide. So I just went through the first 4 slides. So it's just that easy. And so this just shows the dollar amount. So you can keep clicking. And there's also a component for alternative high school. So I just like to show this data just a little bit, just to look statewide. Here's how it breaks out. Schools that have 0 to 9% poverty or reported no free and reduced count. So I did modify that a little bit for those that didn't apply. And you can see they're getting the vast majority of the funding. You can see the line break shows, and then that's where money's redistributed based on if you're 60% free and reduced. You can see that this is very highly correlated to socioeconomic status. So schools where you have wealthy students get more money, and schools where not don't, and it's just reallocated, coordinated at the 60%. Here's where our 4 schools, Dysart High School, Luke Elementary in the 60 to 69%, and Surprise and Dysart L in the 70 to 79%. So just like to provide that context over our results-based funding. We received over $800,000. We'll click to the next slide. It does have very specific that the majority of funds must be used at the school, cannot be supplanting, and must be used for teacher salaries, hires teachers, for school leaders, salaries, classroom supplies, and for other strategies. Portion of it could be used for expansion and replication of that school site as a quality model. So we do not allocate all of it out to stipends for those people at the school or that were part of the school at the time. We do reserve a little bit back for some replication and or classroom supplies in that sense. Go ahead and click to the next. So here are the eligible positions: teacher, interventionist, reading coach, the principal, assistant principal, instructional assistant, and paraprofessionals. We do require the criteria that you must have been employed in one of those eligible positions during the year in which the school generated the funding and is still continuously employed with the district. So they still must be an employee of the district and had to work at one of those sites. Here is where there's a little bit of change. Last year, the teacher amount was $2,000, and the interventionist reading coach was $1,750. We did receive more money, so we're moving this payout up a little more so that we're still spending the majority. It's roughly around 70% of the funds on these payouts, and reserving the rest for either replication or classroom supplies at those. So it's based on, I think I already mentioned, the 2019 spring, and we are just clarifying, because we got questions last time of some people, and so if you look at the last slide, Staff split between 2 schools, so we have had some staff split at 2 schools. They don't get 2 shares. They still get just the total amount of one of those positions, whichever one they qualify. If they qualify for 2, it's really like 50% of each at the 2 sites. But if you were only a 0.5 at that, we still pay the full share in that sense. So it represents around 85%. I'm sorry, I thought it was 70%. So I apologize for that. And we will make the final payments. We have not received all the money. I think we received 60% of the money. The other 40% we get at the end of May. And so we'll make these payments as soon as we get the final payment to pay out to all staff, to those eligible staff. And I will stand for any questions.
So unlike the 301 pots or people, this is much more limited on who gets this benefit. Just teachers, interventionists, principals, assistant principals.
Yes.
That's right.
Do you want it?
And under that plan proposal eligible positions, that's per statute, or is that our policy?
Madam President, members of the board, specific identification did not. So there could be, if we just like to give it all to teachers, it lists that we can give it to all those eligible positions. So we've identified it and tiered it, and just last year talked with DEA and administration, cabinet, and looked at it with very little changes. This year we just increased the teacher amount just to make sure, because we got more money, so we gave more to the teacher and that interventionist. So that was, teacher went up $500 over last year, and interventionist went up $250 over. So it's not specific in statute of those exact positions, but all of them qualify, and then we tiered it that way last year. And so just falling in line with those tiers.
Thank you.
You good for a motion, or?
Yeah. I will motion to approve the plan to distribute the results-based funding for fiscal year 2021.
Second.
Motion passes. Moving to item H5, 2020-2021 summer school. Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet. This will be a joint presentation by several of the cabinet members, and we'll start off with Mr. Dean.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the governing board, Dr. Kellis, and members of cabinet. This evening, as we begin to head to the final stretches of this school year and look towards next school year, the information this evening presented on summer school is a formal intent to address the learning loss that has occurred during the course of this school year. This will be the first of many pieces that will be rolled through next school year. But this evening, we're excited to provide to the board information related to the summer school program for 2021, as well as request the board to approve funding structures related to such. To start with, we're going to talk about our summer school framework. So for this summer, and I should remind the board before we start that it's been many years since we've had this extensive of a plan for in-person summer school. We have offered high school online summer school for the last several years, and we have offered it again this year. And currently we have 1,096 students that have enrolled in high school online summer school, which actually began this week. Of those 1,096 students, 1,026 of them are taking credits to get ahead in high school and not for credit recovery. So this will be the first time in a number of years that we will be running an extensive ground summer school. So high school will offer summer school through 2 summer terms. The first will be June 7th through the 24th, and the second through July 6th through the 22nd. Within each term, there will be 2 sessions that will have 3 hours of instruction, as well as an additional hour of prep time for teachers in each session. So teachers will teach 3 hours in the morning and have an opportunity for 3 hours in the afternoon as well. The intent of the high school summer school ground program is credit recovery and to assist those students who have fallen behind in credits during the course of this year or past years to get them back on track for graduation, whether they be freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, at seniors as well. The K-8 summer school will also run 2 summer terms, again, June 7th through the 24th and the 6th through the 22nd. However, at the K-8 summer school framework, they will have 1 session each day, and that'll be a morning session. Again, 3 hours of instruction with an additional hour of prep time for the teachers. In terms of the high school, we will be running summer school at all 5 high schools. Sundown Mountain will be designated the high school spot for seniors who are there for graduate credit recovery. For those students who did not meet the requirements for graduation this year, they will be provided an opportunity at Sundown Mountain during the summer in June to be able to make up credits in order to graduate with their cohort. Dysart High, Shadow Ridge, Valley Vista, and Willow Canyon will hold ground summer schools for students in 9th through 11th grade, current 9th through 11th graders. And again, the intent of that is for credit recovery to make sure that those students get back on track for on-time graduation. And as we stated on the previous slide, there will be both AM and PM sessions as long as the number of students for summer school remain steady to be able to hold those pieces. We are looking at holding high school summer school classes at a very low number. We are looking at a number of 10 for a high school class to make in the summer. That provides great opportunities for our teachers for intervention and to work with students in very small numbers to make sure that we get them back on track and get credits made up to put them on that graduation track. And with that, I'll pass to Dr. Poling, who will talk about our K-8 summer school.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. As you know, we have 20 elementary schools, but 8 of our elementary schools will be going massive transformation this summer, creating 4 middle schools and 4 K-4 schools. So those 8 schools, the students who are going to summer school will be housed at a local school that is not impacted by those moves. We'll have a bus that picks up those students in front of the school, takes them to their summer school site, and then drops them back after summer school. So we're hosting it on 12 sites. It'll be a math and reading focus, and is for students to address learning loss. Some students will be required to attend in lieu of retention. It'll also address special education students' needs, as well as a 21st century program and those 5 schools that have the 21st century grant. So that's kind of the behind the scenes of who are the different groups attending and the purposes, but it's one unified front of summer school for K-8 students. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Crota to address the HR aspects.
I'm sorry, real quick, Dr.
Yes,
Poling,
please.
who did you say before 21st century?
We have 5 21st century schools.
Right.
The
but
21st century grant.
Didn't you say something that right before 21st century? I thought you said it was another.
Special education.
Thank you very much.
So in lieu of doing comp ed for all the issues of COVID and whatnot, we're offering it to every special education student and then meeting their needs in that way.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, our pay structure. Since it's such a big operation, obviously it's going to require a lot of staff to staff summer school and make it work. Therefore, we came up with a very, very competitive and aggressive pay structure. And as you can see in front of you, we are proposing to pay teachers and behavior coaches the $2,080 stipend per session. As Mr. Dean and Dr. Poling talked about earlier, there are 4 sessions for high school and 2 for elementary. Admin would be a $2,600 stipend per session. Classified, all classified positions that work in summer school will be paid $25 per hour for all positions. And our SLPs, our OTs, and our PTs, we know those are very, very competitive areas, and they will be paid $3,120 stipend per session that they work. It's important to note that any employees that are currently under contract or required to work, they cannot be paid double. So if they're required to work by contract, they cannot be paid these stipends at the same time. They're already under contract, already being paid by the district. So this will be over and above outside their contract. So for instance, admin works in July. Admin could not earn a stipend of $2,600 in July on top of the pay that they already get in July. So that's important to note, and that is going out on all our postings, so we make that very clear, that if they're under contract or currently in the classified world, that they're required to work by their work calendar that the governing board has approved, that they will not be paid both times for that. So very important to note there. And then I will turn it up over to Ken Hicks so he can describe where all this money is coming from.
Thank you very much. And so it is a combination. And so I think in previous, a lot of people have heard me say, as people have committed, we're using our federal funds. Yes, 21st Century is already budgeted and already put it in. So those federal funds will be coming. ESSER 3 under the American Recovery Plan did have a requirement that 20% of the funds were spent on learning loss. This directly addresses that, so this would be a good use of it. We still haven't been able to apply for those funds yet because ADD has not opened up the application, which is fine because we're still working on ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, and so that would complicate things, but it is still available. And we also have a bill, I think it's HB 2887 on learning loss, is still working its way through the legislature to address some learning loss in that sense. This would also be a perfect use of that. So I'm committing that it's either going to be the state fund that's going to, the state legislature, the bill that passes to help address it, which we've asked for it to be retroactive back to the beginning of summer, because a lot of the districts are asking for additional funds for summer school to help in that sense. And so it would either be that bill or it would be coming out of ESSER funds. We also believe this is going to be more than 1 year. And so in our planning, we're looking at that the ESSER is going to have to cover a couple years of this at least, that this is not just going to be a 1 year solution or one summer solution to find it. Attached to the agenda item, I did put a spreadsheet to give you an estimate of how we're calculating all of this and identifying every position at the elementary, the high school, the sundown, special ed, all the district-wide positions, estimated cost for cleaning, because we normally don't have full daily cleaning in this. We normally do spring or summer cleaning, which is completely different. And so we'll have the cleaning costs and also the food service providing meals. They'll probably look closer to grab and goes because we're also providing transportation and moving on, especially at the high school, you'll have coming and going. And so working through all of that, we estimate the cost right now at around 4.3. It does fluctuate, and these are high numbers. If the students don't show up, we don't hire the staff, and we don't have the expense. If more students show up, which would be a great thing to help address this, being in person, we have the ESSER funds to commit to continue to help support this learning program. And I think that is the last slide.
Madam President, we are more than happy to answer questions as it relates to summer school. I will conclude by indicating that we have many high school students who, mostly online high school students, who have fallen behind in graduation credits. We will be offering ground summer school to those students to make up credits. So we believe that there are multiple opportunities for high school students to get back on track for graduation. Additionally, our K-8 schools put out an interest or solicited interest from parents related to summer school and had an overwhelming response for the number of people that had indicated that they would be sending their students to summer school for the summer. This, again, is the first formal attempt heading towards next school year to begin to address the learning loss in addition to what's currently being done in our classrooms. We will be expecting our teachers to return to a more normal classroom operation style. In other words, this is not going to be computer-based instruction. We're expecting intervention-based instruction. We're expecting direct instruction with our students. And we look forward to the opportunity to continue to meet our students' needs and really formally begin to address that learning loss piece. We're asking the board for approval on the pay structure this evening. The reason that request is being made is that this pay structure is outside of the MOU approved summer school pay rate of $23 per hour, and that's where we stand this evening. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions, or we're more than happy to answer any questions. Any difficult ones, please address to Ken Hicks.
How are we going to hire the individuals to fill these positions? Is it, I mean, because there might, especially with the pay structure, there might be a lot of people that want to take that opportunity. So how are you going to screen or fill those positions?
Madam President, Member Pritchard, those positions will be posted through HR. The intent would be that we would hire the summer school administrator initially, and that they would work with the school administration to hold those interviews for the other positions and begin to fill them throughout the course of the next few weeks.
Not what he said.
But I mean, as far as like how those individuals are chosen, I mean, because you're going to have a lot of people that, you know, teach all of different, sorry, I'm starting to fade now, subjects. We have, you know, and they're all wonderful. So how are you going to, we have more wonderful staff compared to the amount of positions we have open. So I'm just wondering, how are you going to make that? Do you have criteria, or are you looking at certain things, or is it just based on availability?
We hope that we
seniority?
have,
Can't say
to be blunt, we hope we have that problem. It is very typical that when you offer ground summer school, it is at times difficult to find staff to teach as well. Part of the reason for the recommendation for the pay structure is to incentivize folks to teach. So if we have that problem, that will be a good thing. And then certainly we would, you know, we would work with our schools to develop criteria as to who they hire.
I see. And then in regard to the seniors who need to make up credits this summer, are those individuals allowed to walk with their class, or technically no?
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, those students do not walk in the graduation ceremony unless they have met the requirements for graduation.
We do say that, don't we? Will they have anything to commemorate their achievements at the end of summer school should they make up those credits?
They would receive a diploma.
Okay. Thank you.
You asked one of my questions, Christy, but the other question I have is, why does the high school summer school start before school ends?
Madam President, Member Grant, that's a great question. And the reason for that is that the online summer school allows, it is so long that it allows students to be able to earn one full credit during that summer piece. And so it affords enough hours for students to gain an entire credit rather than half a credit in a traditional summer school method.
Thank you.
I'm excited to see the dollar amounts that we are paying receptionists or the security guards. Because sometimes when you're calculating the dollar amounts for those type of positions, it's usually what their normal hourly pay is. So I'm glad that you've actually done the $25.
Madam President, Member Sawyer-Sinkville, just as we are looking to incentivize our teachers to participate, we're also looking to incentivize support staff to do so as well. Many people, especially given this year, are very much looking forward to time off in the summer, and we need help with staff to make sure that we're working towards addressing learning loss.
Right. So yes, I'm thankful for that. That was probably Mr. Croto's idea.
It was a team effort.
It was a team effort. You're not
It was a
gonna take the
team
credit,
effort
huh?
of many, many people.
Okay.
Well, and some of those, the crossing guards and whatever, those are the ones that, and teachers also, this will keep them from having to go get a summer job.
That is very possible.
So the pay is, incentive for them to stick with the district.
I just want to make sure, the benefits as far as the dollar amounts, that includes state retirement and all that good stuff? Okay. Can't get past that, can we?
Are there any other questions?
Looks good.
Thank you for your time and consideration with approval of the motion.
I will make a motion to approve the 2020-2021 summer school pay structure as presented.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Grant. Motion passes. Thank you. Moving to action item 6.
And delegation of authority to accept service of process on behalf of the governing board. Dr. Kellis.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet. The board may recall that this was a conversation that was had previously that would allow a district representative to receive legal service that is typically court documents or subpoenas or notifications of lawsuits and all the other things that are delivered directly to board members, that a representative of the district could receive those documents on behalf of the board members. It was shared during that conversation that sometimes those process servers can be invasive into the private lives of board members, and to avoid any discomfort, that those could be directed directly to the district office during office hours and then provided to the board. Subsequently, then the district representative would make sure that the board members receive those documents as soon as possible.
Is this one of those items where when we vote, it's actually going to be a policy?
It would be as policy. It's not in the policy manual, but any action of the board is policy.
So I would just say if it's going to be an actual policy, I would just ask that, and I know you said normally it's like within an hour or two, but I would hope that we could write something like within 24 hours, just to keep that communication. Like there's only been one time when I've really had an issue with the process server coming to my house at, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night. So I'm fine with delegating to someone else, but I definitely would want to know like that day. I mean, if we're going to be sued, especially if we're named, I would want to know. So that's the only thing I would ask, is if it's going to be a policy that we indicate that.
Madam President, Ms. Pritchard, I appreciate the request for expedited notification. I don't know that we can guarantee the 24 hours. Just, again, never say never and always, never say always, but if it's delivered at the end of the day on Friday, it might not get until Monday, the next business day.
I mean, like whoever receives it, I'm sorry. Like, so if you receive it on Friday, can you just send an email to the board saying, hey, we received notice? It's at the district office.
We would make every effort to do so, but there's no guarantee that it will happen within minutes or hours. If we got it on 5 o'clock and everybody's gone for the day, it might not happen until Monday.
And just because that could be, you know, if it's something big and we hear and not hear about it until like through the grapevine or through the community, I guess for that reason, then I'm fine just having it delivered directly. I always like to, I'd rather not be blindsided, I guess is what it is. That's just my opinion.
So on the flip side of that, just say for instance, if we did approve this change tonight, that's not necessarily 100% either, right? So just because we voted in doesn't mean that the process server is not going to zoom behind my car and block me in.
Madam President, that's correct.
Not that that's ever happened.
Well, they have our home addresses.
We definitely cannot make policy that
our home addresses
extends beyond the boundaries of our district's authority.
So just for clarification, I feel like this is just so Louisa can, or whoever can accept this on our behalf. Right. It's not concrete that it has to happen. We're giving her authority to do so.
Right.
So I don't feel like it's concrete, like it has to be this way every time. I feel like we're just giving her the authority to say, yep, I got it, and let us know.
Madam President, Ms. Chaffin, that's absolutely correct. Oftentimes, a process server will come to the district with a packet of 6 or 7 copies and say, can I just leave these with you? It's a convenience that you're absolutely right. It doesn't have to happen. We could be very sticklers about it and say, no, we're not accepting these on behalf of the board, and you have to take it to their house. This just gives permission for Louisa to receive them if they bring a whole stack of them. If the board wants to receive them personally, that can also happen.
You know, our addresses are public, and they could easily come to our house, and then they could easily say, member Crystal Chaffin, and I even received one that had my husband's name on it also. So it wasn't at 10 o'clock at night, but they could still deliver it. But yes, I would say yes, as soon as one of them receive it, they'll notify us. Still going to be up in the air. They still could catch us, catch her in the parking lot, park behind her.
Gadget wheels.
So I'll entertain a motion on this if.
Before you do that, I just have one question.
Sure.
To clarify the motion. The motion says to accept service on behalf of the governing board to the governing board secretary. But down here we say to the board secretary and general counsel or his or her designee. Shouldn't that be in the motion as well? To his or her designee?
Madam President, Ms. Grant, you can certainly add that to the motion.
And for clarification that if the board secretary is not available, because it says the board secretary and his or her designee. That way, if you're out, whoever else is in charge. Okay. Then I will move.
Okay.
To approve the delegation of authority to accept service on behalf of the governing board to the governing board secretary and to general counsel or his or her designee to accept service of process.
I'll second.
Call for the vote. Motion passes. Action item 7, approval to pilot Envision Integrated Mathematics by Pearson Savas. Dr. Kellis?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, members of cabinet. Dr. Pulling will introduce this item.
Yes, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Kellis, cabinet. Occasionally, we'll bring forth a pilot program, which is a limited use of curriculum for certain purposes, and so to study, to see what we learn, and if that's something we want to do a full adoption on. So this item is requesting use of an integrated math program. This combines problem-solving learning, visual learning to deepen students' conceptual understanding of math. There's no cost associated, and that pilot would be at K4 at El Mirage, and also Algebra 1-2 Geometry for grades 9-12, and at this time that would be at Willow Canyon. So that's the purpose, and so I'm happy to entertain any questions.
I do have a question. How does that align with our graduation requirements? I want to make sure that if we pilot this course next year, because it kind of sounds like it just rolls everything into one. Like they're just continuously learning Algebra 1 with geometry, Algebra 2 and geometry. How does that fulfill our current graduation requirements? I don't want our students to be up a creek.
No, they would not. They would not be in a bad spot. So students next year would be enrolled in Algebra 1-2 or in Geometry 1-2, and these concepts, this curriculum would be woven into those courses. So they would be receiving credits for Algebra 1-2 Geometry, and that goes towards the 4 years of math curriculum. And what will be studied is, and to what degree should we be we need to be doing a better job of integrating the math concepts, because ACT, PSAT prep, they're not discrete exams of geometry and algebra. They're integrated, which is more real life as well. So really the purpose is the students would be enrolled in these courses, but it would be studying and learning what does integrated mean, what does it look like, what can we learn from it, and how will that inform next year's math adoption, because we do need to go out for new math materials that support the standards. So the students would earn their credits, and this would be infusing an integrated curriculum into those courses.
Madam President, Ms. Chaffin, the graduation requirement is 4 credits of math. It's not algebra, geometry, algebra, calculus. So the state standards are such that they are sequenced, but We could have a student who never takes algebra because they jumped over it, tested out of it, and started their freshman year with geometry, and then moved on and ended up with trigonometry. So the course-specific titles are not graduation requirements, but the state does require the 4 credits.
So who exactly, what are the classes again? You said it's going to be Algebra 1, 2, Geometry, and Algebra 3, 4/Geometry. How are the classes going to be structured and what grade levels?
So just for next year, it would be Algebra 1, 2, and then Geometry, which is we have typically 9th to 10th grade, and I paused because we have 8th graders who take Algebra 1, so they would be freshmen taking Geometry. But anyway, it would be open to grades 9 through 12, but typically that's freshmen, sophomores, and it's for Algebra 1, 2, and Geometry.
So Algebra 1, 2 are together, and then Geometry is a separate course, or it's Algebra 1, 2/Geometry?
No, they're separate courses.
Okay.
Algebra 1, 2 is a 1 year of algebra, and then Geometry is a year of geometry.
And this curriculum, so in a strict geometry class, they're still going to have Algebra 1 and 2, but not 3 and 4. How does that work again? Sorry.
I'm not sure I'm following you. I'm sorry.
Madam President, Ms. Chaffin, so Algebra 1, 2 is typically considered the freshman course. Algebra 1 the first semester, Algebra 2 the second semester. Algebra 3, 4 is often a junior level course, which is taken in the sequence. It goes Algebra 1, 2, Geometry, and then Algebra 3, 4. And so Algebra 3, 4, the 3 part of that is typically the first semester of junior year, and the 4 part is the second semester of the junior year, if I'm following your question correctly.
Yes,
Okay.
you are. Thank you. And I'm just curious how this is going to fit into all of that. Like, what are the courses that are those the exact courses that are going to be with the integrated math?
Yes, those are the pilot courses.
Those are the pilot courses. And then another quick question about the Galileo. There was mention of Galileo tests. Are the Galileo tests, do they have them for this integrated math?
They would need to be created by either the teacher or curriculum specialist. Galileo is just an assessment tool, and so they would need to be created if that is what they would choose to use.
Okay, so our benchmark Galileo is going to align with the math curriculum, the integrated as we see it.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And this is only going to be done, piloted at El Mirage, correct?
El Mirage, and then at this time, Willow Canyon.
Willow Canyon for the 9th through 12th, okay. All right, gotcha. And for the year, no cost.
Correct.
Okay.
Is that a pilot cost of $0, or is that,
There's no cost
like, going
associated.
forward, would there be a cost for something like that if we were to implement it for all schools?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, this item is just asking of
The pilot.
1 year to pilot it, and it'd be free for this 1 year for these limited numbers of classrooms.
Gotcha.
But yes, if it would be a cost thereafter.
Okay.
I just have, I know you said that it doesn't impact graduation, but what about university requirements? You know, to go into certain universities, you have to have the certain title of algebra or whatever, so this will not affect those students that going into a university or college or community college.
Madam President, Member Grant, as Dr. Kellis stated earlier, that the requirement for graduation is 4 years of math. However, certain universities may have prescriptive requirements. For example, if you are wanting to obtain entrance into an Ivy League school, you're going to need higher levels of mathematics than just algebra. However, this would fulfill the requirements for graduation, or it would not impede the requirements for graduation, and those students who are looking at specific universities that have higher entrance exams, they work specifically with their counselors, and we would assure that that would happen as well, so that they don't find themselves deficient in credit opportunities for entrance into the universities.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure, because you said Willow Canyon for the 9th through 12th. We need to make sure that, because the reason I asked, it was not part of the recommended action, so do we need to mention that it is going to be at Willow Canyon?
I guess I would ask to leave the original action. I just mentioned Willow Canyon as it's kind of the first one on the mind, but we could leave the original action that it be open for all students 9 through 12, that would be helpful.
At all schools?
At all schools? Okay.
Just to give
All
the
right.
teams and the teachers, as they're still working on this, and we're in April, and so just give some time in case another teacher signs on or it works out.
Okay. All right. I'll make a motion to approve the pilot of Envision Integrated Math by Pearson Savas for grades K through 4 at El Mirage Elementary, and Envision Integrated Algebra 1-2 and Geometry for grades 9 through 12 for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second. Either one.
Seconded by
I'll do
Ms.
it.
Grant.
Okay. That sounds good.
Motion passes. Moving to item 8, approval to pilot the World History Project Instructional Resource by OER project. Dr. Kellis.
Madam President, members of the board, and members of cabinet, Dr. Pulling will introduce this item.
Yes, good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Kellis Cabinet. Another request is to pilot World History Project. OER is a term called Open Educational Resources, and that is just a generic term of curriculum that is available and is free for districts to use. And so it's a kind of an open copyright license. And so this request came, district staff talked to department heads, got some input. There was interest in piloting a program that we would use from 15th century forward in world history course, and that really to deepen students' understanding of world history, reading, video activities, aligns with Arizona Social Studies standards. And again, there's no fees associated with this pilot. Teachers we receive training as part of the pilot from the foundation. And I believe the executive summary standards crosswalks was sent to the board, and so I'm ready to stand for any questions.
You mentioned that the teacher training would be funded by the foundation. Can you share which foundation that is?
It's through the Gates Foundation.
Thank you. Okay. And so with the concept of the OER, I guess my concern is, so that's in a sense, just for an example, like a catalog that you can pick and choose which resources you would like to use, right? To teach a particular piece of history?
No. I'm not sure I follow. So OER is just kind of a generic term for curriculum that's been written, and it's not copyrighted, or it's copyrighted as an open copyright. And so OER is sort of a generic or industry term for curriculum that's been written that could be freely used by teachers.
Okay.
And so,
Madam President, just to give an example, several years ago, Dysart partnered with the Vail Unified School District, and we had the teachers meet together, and they came up with some instructional materials that both districts liked and implemented, and that was called OER, Open Education Resource.
Okay.
So rather than paying the exorbitant publisher fees, we were able to personalize the curriculum and make it meet our own wants and wishes.
so that teachers will be following the kind of the scope sequence that was shared with the board in terms of what lessons, what activities moving forward, 15th century forward, and so they would be following that curriculum through the training, and then again a pilot where you study and to see, how impactful that is and how that works.
Yeah, the scope and sequence was shared with us, but not like actual examples of, the learning materials. So that's where some of my concern was at.
Madam President, just on that note, that's kind of the purpose of the pilot, is that it brings those materials forward to see, is this what we want before we come back next year to do a full adoption. There are materials right now on display for the public to review and give feedback on. That's by statute that we...
That's all things we've already approved, though.
No.
For pilot?
things that, before we bring for formal board adoption, we go through a pilot process, and part of that is that they have to be on display for the public to view and give feedback on. So we haven't gotten to that point yet
Okay.
with this history. So there aren't materials, but the OER allows the district to sample some instructional materials. And if it works well and it fits our needs, then it meets the state standards, it does what it's supposed to do, then that's something that we would bring forward later for a proposed adoption. Or it may be that it's a complete failure and we say, we don't want this, we'll pilot something else.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes districts will have multiple pilots going on at different schools and then identify which of the pilots works the best and make a recommendation based on that.
So I know that that this particular resource is broken up into 2 different sections, and we're going with the 15th century.
15th century forward is our purpose of the pilot.
And so what was the rationale behind that, with not using the first piece of it? The origins.
That's a good question. My assumption is that it's just kind of fitting in with what the curriculum we need in the pilot and what we want to use it for. But
Okay.
I could get you more information on the rationale.
So my personal concern is that the first piece of it, called Origins, is based on the Big Bang Theory, which omits any references to creation. So I understand that we're not using that, which is great, but my concern is if it's all one big timeline, how is that not intertwined with the 15th century piece? You know, I just don't know if there's any references to it or what that looks like. So that's not something that I'm comfortable approving.
Madam President, that would be with that feedback, and certainly as the board has the conversation, we would take the board's feedback and take that back to the teachers who are part of the history curriculum committee, and they could consider other materials in addition or instead of.
I do have some questions. Are you
I'm
finished?
sorry.
Okay, my concern is this is all about stories. Because I went to the website, I watched each YouTube video on that, and I actually looked into Project X. I did significant. This is all based on stories, okay? I think one of the quotes is, the stories are organized thematically and around urgent world topics like global population, greenhouse gas emissions, and war and peace. So this is all about stories and narrative. To me, it feels like they're trying to rewrite history, saying, here's a story, now take your personal input and tell me, you know, how you view this story. Okay, history is history, it's facts. It's the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know, I can't change what happened in the past. All I can do is learn from it. So that to me is a huge red flag. I feel like this is a dangerous path for us to go on if we're talking about narratives and stories, and it's also talking about accounts based on particular perspectives. You know, and one quote was talking about big picture historical stories, providing a cohesive backdrop that lets students construct their historical understanding and involves their perspective. It just sounds like it's saying, hey, you know what? History is what you want it to be, despite what facts say.
Thank you for your feedback. We certainly, want history courses that are factually based, and that's certainly our goal. But so thank you for your feedback.
So, because I didn't do that in-depth research you did as far as looking into the YouTube videos and everything. But is this then along the line? I know, like over the summer, and there was a time when the whole concern about 1619 project, all that was being talked about and being brought into schools. Is this along that same line, or is that part of this?
I think it's very similar because 1619 project was based off of stories. And I feel like this is based off of stories too. I mean, they've got all these quotes, pick their stories apart, analyze them, and test their claim. That's when students can build their own frame or their own lens. You know, it's all about stories. And it says some of these tools are research-based, others are derived from the experience of our greatest world history teachers. So it's not even all based off of research. Those are serious concerns that I have.
So just to piggyback off of what you just said, you know, they say that history is written by the winners. When you look at history through different lenses, and you're going to get two different sides of the story, but you know, I mean, I know it's not American history, it's world history we're talking about, but at the same time, I just think it takes us down a dangerous road, and it's not teaching from the right perspective that we need our kids to have that basis of understanding. And then it's like, you know, once they go out to college, okay, do what you want, you know? So, and, you know, you can go and learn all your, you know, crazy world or, you know, like global history type of things, but I to go down like a globalist mentality in high school, I just think is or should be off limits to us.
Okay, so question, because right in the first paragraph is talking about a deep understanding of world history. I'll come back to where it says through readings, videos, and activities. So is this aligned, because it says it's aligned with the vast majority of Arizona high school history and social science standards? It is aligned with the standards. So the standards are not, and just refresh my memory because I don't have the standards up in here, they are not based on someone's interpretation of.
No.
It is.
The standards come from the state, and so
The state,
we implement those. Yep.
They're
Yes.
factual.
Correct.
How is this different than curriculum we've had in the past?
That was going to be my next question.
Like, why what about this program is worth piloting? Well, how is it different?
That's a good question. I think I could certainly have the content experts come back to take a deep dive into, you know, how it's different day to day and whatnot. You know, the teachers and the teams are looking, you know, for new curriculum, and, you know, is there some better curriculum for students for learning, and so part of it's based on that. But I can certainly bring you more information.
Madam President, given the discussion, I would recommend that we table this item and bring it back for another presentation.
I'll move that we table the pilot of the World History Project Instructional Resources by OER project. Do I have a second?
I'll second as far as to bring stuff back, yes. She did it, right, okay.
And bring back with additional information at a future agenda. We're rewriting the
Okay.
motion.
We tabled.
Motion by Dawn, seconded by
I did.
Tracy?
You can go ahead and vote now.
Oh, you have the motion to table in there?
Oh,
motion to table the pilot of the World History Project.
Okay, all right, motion passes, sorry. Okay. Next, we have requests for future agenda items. All right.
I'll wait on that.
Item J1, call for executive session. I will motion to convene to an executive session.
Second.
Meeting is adjourned.
Adjourn?
Oh.
Sweet.